Alright, stream time. Let's go.
Yep. There he
Chop
is.
chop.
In the element.
No more streamers. It's streamer B stream. What does that even mean? I don't know.
Stream or be streamed.
Piss
What
off
does that
contest.
mean?
You know what? Maybe that means if you're playing a multiplayer game, you end up in the cringe compilation of some streamer who
Yeah.
plays the game far more than you do.
Yeah. You're inventing new and interesting izakais. Yeah. Anyway, we're streaming now, so welcome everyone to No More Heroes Part 5. It's, what is it, bitter mode? Spicy mode?
Bitter mode.
Bitter.
Bitter mode.
Which, yeah, speaking of bitter, do either of y'all drink coffee much? Because, like, I forgot how bitter it
would,
was.
But my, insomnia does not interact well with coffee. That means, oh, I'm up until 6 a.m. now.
Oh no.
Yeah. I love coffee and must never drink it.
Oh no.
My dad had like a coffee syrup you could put into milk.
Nice.
It was pretty tasty, but they stopped me from having it after a while. Because I just spent one day just drinking a lot.
They took away the creature that you milk for it.
Oh no.
Oh god, coffee milk.
Yeah, so now I've got Travis on the toilet and 2 screens because you've paused. Or at least not. You're not continuing, so. Yeah.
Just give it a minute.
I know, it's just I found it very funny looking at my screens and realizing what's going on there.
Look, I take as long as Travis is on the toilet there.
Oh, too much information. Anyway.
Yeah, great. Oh yeah, I was gonna say, like, I realized, like, no, it's probably a good thing that I don't really drink that much coffee anyway. Just because it's really bitter to me, so, like, I need to add some sugar to this. And I end up adding, like...
And then you add, milk, and then you put cream on top of it, and little, chocolate flakes.
Oh,
that's
I wish I had
delicious.
all that.
Yeah.
But I know what I mostly do is add, like, 6 or so teaspoons of sugar from the little...
Yeah, I just feel weird adding sugar to coffee.
Coffee?
I prefer it like that. It's just yeah, sure.
Yeah, I'm very
enough sugar as it is.
Yeah. Yeah, I dread the day that someone ever expects me to, like, drink coffee like some sort of normal person that's used to drinking coffee instead of just getting caffeine from, like, soda and, like, other sweet drinks.
I drink far too much soda.
Yeah.
I'm trying to keep it at most 1 can a day. But that's not always sometimes I genuinely just drink a second can of it because I'm always so tired.
Yeah.
Okay, that should be it. Remove. There's a bot.
Okay. So yeah, I know.
It's no longer a bot.
Oh, just
no
gotta turn on the sound.
Yep.
So you just left Travis sitting on the toilet in silence.
Yep.
Thinking about his life.
Yeah, just thinking about his life. I was going to say the same thing too.
I mean, there's only so much you can do on the toilet. You're either sitting there, just trying to be head empty, no thoughts, or it's like, well, I guess it's time to think about my life. I guess, like, I'm just sitting here. And... Anyway. Oh yeah, I was gonna mention that I know quite a few people with, like, ADHD and such tend to try to I mean, either consciously or like without thinking about it, just like try to self-medicate a bit with like soda because like having some sort of caffeine to help, you know, with the symptoms syndrome a bit
Yeah,
can
I
So,
help because
kind
it's
of
like
do have
too much.
symptom syndrome.
so
Because
look
like
at my
having
money.
your money,
Look
Your
at how
money?
much I have.
Huh.
that's money. That's quite a bit of
It's
money.
not one of the
Wow.
funny numbers.
Ah, but what to spend it on?
Um, hiring 3 models so that Travis can have 3 weed-smoking girlfriends. Obviously, the never have to recharge deal.
Surgery, clearly.
Ah, true.
Hmm.
Well,
Hey, don't
yeah.
get a single
I,
finger on anything.
Well, there's one thing we can buy.
oh wow, yeah.
Set this into the heart of the motherboard inside the beam katana, and it will never have to be recharged again.
Awesome. Let's just get rid of this game mechanic forever.
Yeah, which I mean for bitter mode, it does seem to make sense.
Yeah.
You otaku.
Well, that's the last we're seeing of her until the second game, at least.
Yeah. Too bad we get rid of this cool sword that has unlimited power in the second game.
Yeah, probably pawn it to get more anime figurines.
Well, probably. I think that's actually canon. Just
Yeah, it sounds canon.
Yeah. God.
it's faster this way.
Speedrun strat.
Clip into traffic at birth.
Oh no! I saw that post or tweet or whatever.
So why don't we
No,
test it on 100 enemies?
Wow.
Let's beat up
Gosh.
1 million children.
Oh no. Not 1 million children. Um.
Yeah, I finally got around to playing through Hypnospace Outlaw.
Nice.
Yeah.
Granny
Hi.
Greens, hot butter ice cream.
Yeah, that wasn't the song that ended up stuck in my head. I got the Chowder Man ready to shave.
I have not heard that one. I should play the game.
You absolutely will have heard that if you've played through the game. It's like on the critical path of actually completing everything. Yeah. Because it's the music that plays constantly in the free lands and can't be disabled.
Oh.
Yeah, and the whole gag is just that only one person there actually likes Chowder Man. But they're the one who gets to decide what the music is, and no one can change it.
Of course.
Sorry, I was just busy with someone.
That's fair. Also, yeah, I actually haven't seen anything about the Hyperspace Outlaw or Hypnospace Outlaw. Hypnospace Outlaw, I think. Yeah, definitely a game I should check out sometime. God. It's wild to think that that the original version of this game in Japan doesn't have as much blood because it feels like such a big part of this game.
Yeah, it makes sense for this game to have
Yeah,
because it's that kind of game. It's meant to be. It's meant to
Yeah,
be a play on that kind of game, even.
yeah,
Yeah, it would be like having Mad World with no blood.
yeah.
And that's like 1/3 of the colours in the game are red. This is
Yeah.
red, white, black, nothing else. Very
What's
stylish.
What's white and black and red all over? Mad
A penguin, yeah, or a penguin that got covered in jam. I don't know. I'm kind of like I'm a bit out of it, so I think saying silly things from time to time is alright. I give myself that permission. God, I forgot about my spleen.
How'd you forget
Forgot about your
your
spleen?
body?
No,
Man, you should go see a doctor about that.
I mean, to be fair, it's not like everyone's like, oh shit, my trachea. Like,
I mean, these guys are.
true.
If they still had life in them, they would be complaining about that too.
Ah, nice. You got the 69 number. For a split second, at least.
The 69 number? What number
Oh,
is that?
God, the dial in for massacre achievement is broken.
Oh boy.
It's like kill 150 enemies, but it keeps resetting the count in between missions.
Oh no.
Not really that many enemies in any mission.
Yeah, like 100. I can kind of. There'd be for most
Like,
of the
this is a
actual.
100-man match, and it's the most I can think of in the game.
Yeah, like I think in a normal mission, it'd definitely be like maybe like less than 100. Like probably like 50. Well, I want to say around like 50-ish for most missions. If that.
And I don't have to charge.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you've not played through Hypnospace Outlaw, would absolutely recommend it. Like, it's just such a, like, at the start you think, oh, this is all going to be like a parody of Web 1.0 stuff, and no, it's very much like a love letter to that era. Like, this is just what the internet was like back then.
An actual love letter too, not a nostalgia critic love letter.
Yeah. It's like there are so many things going on that you eventually like pick up what the actual like stuff going on in the background is from like 5 or 6 different pages that only have bits of the story. It's really good.
Neat. Very cool.
Like, you absolutely can find some of the secret pages right at the start if you know, take things in a certain direction. It's interestingly wide open, considering that, you know, it's mostly static web pages. Yeah.
Nice. I know that reminds me. I need to play Secret Little Heaven.
You do. It's really good. It is probably the only video game that has ever made me cry.
Oh. Yeah, I
Whoop.
imagine you'd probably do the same for me. Oh yeah, this is the gas minigame. But yeah, love games that explore like how the internet used to be in various different
Secret
ways.
Little Haven is specifically an old Apple Mac kind of setup
Yeah,
going on there. Like that's the operating system, and it's just such a good story. It's so relatable at points, you know.
yeah, absolutely.
That was close.
It's a game where you can actually unlock like extra hidden dialogue by completing a girl's fan fiction for her.
Oh my
Like
goodness.
if you write enough fan fiction, it goes, yeah, like it basically opens a word processor and you can write it. Yeah.
Nice.
And if you finish it, then you get characters going, oh wow, you posted that, great.
Oh, that was super
Just
close.
like real life. Also, yeah, good, good job on the gas lines. Because I remember the first time you tried this, and it was like, oh, huh, it's much easier to set yourself on fire than you think.
There's a similar mini game in No More Heroes 2, only with stakes instead of gas. And like the funny thing is, some people would just want their steak barely cooked at all. Oh, that didn't
Like
count.
me.
Yep.
Yeah, the absolute maximum I will cook any steak for is medium rare. And even then, that's like, I prefer it rare.
The worms make it taste better.
Hmm? Like, if you ask me for a steak well done, you know, I am not gonna make it. Like, I will not cook that for you.
It's like that episode of King of the Hill.
Yeah. I mean, I don't have much to say about steak because I don't really order it, just due to, you know, growing up, not really
What is?
like not really eating steaks or any. Oh, what was
Yeah,
that?
they're pricey. It's like a special occasions kind of thing. I think I've eaten 2 steaks in the
God,
last year.
I just remembered the whole gasoline in bags thing a while back.
What?
Oh, yeah, that.
I completely forgot about that.
Some state full of spoiled people, like they basically there stopped being people who would like gas your car in that state, and you had to gas it yourself, and it's like just some people just could not deal with that, and just like some of them just put gas in their in baggies.
Oh
Yeah,
boy, that's
no,
a
we
fire
got
accident
that
waiting
over
to happen.
here as well. We got people like so convinced that Brexit was going to mean they couldn't get any petrol. They went, oh, I'm going to stockpile this. And naturally, that caused a shortage for a while. They just go to a petrol station, fill up like plastic cans full of petrol. They'd put it in bags if that's all they had, and then they'd drive away with all of the fuel for cars.
Ugh.
Kind of
And it's
remind
like you are causing the shortage that you're complaining about.
kind of reminds me of
I.
how at the start of the pandemic, when people took it seriously here, people hoarded toilet paper.
God. Yeah.
Britain has a long-running like tradition of hoarding toilet paper when things get tough. It's a
Huh.
weird, like there are people who still have toilet paper from the days when Thatcher tried to, you know, clamp down on it. Ah, yeah.
Do they even last that long? I guess if it's
It's
sealed,
paper. It's if it's
yeah, it's
sealed,
paper.
you know, there are
Yeah.
stockpiles of this, and it's like the thing is, if society collapsed and you weren't able to get toilet paper, you have bigger problems on your hand.
Like poop.
No, don't poop into your hands, okay? Like this is a
That's why
public
you need
service
toilet
announcement.
paper.
Do not do that.
I mean, there are people, that can't afford toilet paper and just have like rags that they bleach. But like, yeah, no, it's just always a bizarre thing of just people like stockpiling because like, oh, I have to have it instead of just oh, let me, you know, buy responsibly and not.
Well, clearly the rules don't apply to me because I'm the important person.
I'm the main
Yeah.
character of the universe.
Yeah, I've met people like that.
I had one as a roommate.
Oh no.
It didn't last a year with her.
Yeah, I can imagine. Goodness. Also, I love the tall grass texture or whatever it is. It looks to just be aesthetic.
Pokemon music.
So,
Can't
yeah,
believe
it took me.
Travis Touchdown got Isekai into the world of Pokemon.
Pokemon Legend Arceus is kind of that.
I can't believe Travis Touchdown is in Pokemon Legend of Arceus. Which, it threw me for a loop that it's Arceus, not Arceus or something. Just
I
because
always
I
read it as
remember
Arceus.
Arceus, yeah. Oh yeah, I remember like finding out about like its, you know, pronunciation from Pokemon Sun and Moon. Like, that weird like kind of hybrid like agglomeration Pokemon or whatever. But it's like, it's a special system to change its type. And it's like the RKS, and I'm like, RKS? I'm like, I thought like Arceus, because I'm like, oh wait, no, like I guess it is supposed to be pronounced like RKS, RKS or something. Huh? All right, sure. I don't know why. I just thought right now I'm remembering. Now I'm thinking about language and letters and spelling.
I mean, now
And
I'm
also,
thinking about in the very early days when Pokemon Red and Blue just came out, hearing about someone talking about it on a show, and because they were an adult who had never actually played Pokemon, they were going, "Oh, I've just got a Nidoran," and me going, "It's Nidoran," and not even knowing why I knew that's what it was called.
Pokemon.
With the Pokey and the man and
God,
yeah.
I feel what? But
But yeah, but Pokemon can actually beat you up in that game.
which is wild. Oh, something that I learned recently was that like you can talk to like some NPC and tell you like, oh yeah, Pokemon can shrink to be really small, and that's how they fit into Pokeballs, and just like basically everyone in the West going, like, wait, you're for real? Like, okay, sure, every Pokemon can go tiny mode, all right, but apparently that's just always been a thing, but the adaptations just like either mistranslated or just changed to something else. I don't know if anyone can hear me right now.
I can hear you.
All right.
Yeah, we just didn't want to interrupt Pokemon lore.
Yeah. It's just that the stream or the Discord video stream of the game paused awkwardly, and I'm like, well, I hope I'm
Just a
not.
record cutting out when you say something about Pokemon.
Well, yeah. Yeah, I guess Pokemon could just go tiny,
They can just
and that's
shrink
the
down and
thing.
go inside your brain like stands.
Or just
Yeah.
or become giant. In the case of the alphas.
Oh, everyone knows Pokemon can become giant. Wasn't that like in the fairly early... No wait, Island of the Giant Pokemon, they were all robots, weren't they?
Yeah.
Ah, I
Huh.
forget.
God, I love Travis just jumping over a mile into the ocean.
Yeah, Rival Assassin sets you a challenge. It's like, yeah, drive into the ocean. Then you just die and they go up a rank.
Yeah,
So
yeah, Corey.
So Captain, you die and we all move up a rank.
I don't know what that's from. I almost want to say.
MST3K, which itself is a reference to something else, obviously.
Yeah. No, I never really watched too much of their stuff. I remember, oddly enough, on the TV that like I have has like some digital station or some like internet station or something like that has like, oh, it's playing Rift Tracks. Okay, I'll watch this, and it was about like Reefer Madness, and I was just like, huh, they're not like, you know what? Like, I've heard some of their clips, especially I forgot the name of the movie, but we put our faith in Blast Hard Cheese, and that that edit, and it's like, huh, they're not that funny about Reefer Madness, I guess, because it's like yeah, which is weird, not weird, but I don't know. Just some movies are just easier to make jokes land than others.
Yeah, those kind of things aren't always funny just because there's not much to like joke about in the movie.
Yeah,
Like,
especially
you need the movie to either have some weird stuff going on or be really bad or anything like that, really.
yeah, or
Something
just
to latch on to.
yeah, the pacing of weird things have to like match up, I guess, because like they tend to be like pretty, if they can get going, they tend to be a bit rapid fire from what I've seen of the Rift Tracks crew.
That reminds me.
What?
There was a sort of parody musical version of Reefer Madness, I think in the 2000s.
Huh.
Movie musical.
Okay.
Posting it in chat.
Yeah.
All right.
And in the live stream chat.
Nice. But yeah, no, it's just like if the movie isn't doing too many silly things at a rapid pace, it'd be hard to like keep up the jokes, which I guess is an interesting thing to think about. For
Can't wait until this Freddy as FR07 riff track.
Oh God, I don't think they. You know what? I know they mostly watch like older weird films. I don't know if they can handle.
Yeah. The thing about it is, there's too much going on. Like, if you're trying to piece together a coherent narrative for your funny commentary video, this isn't the movie to go for.
No, I feel like we could riff on Freddy as FR07.
Yeah, but I'm not watching Freddy as FR07 a fourth time.
Oh, that's more than fair. But yeah, no, I feel like we could just because we're very stream of consciousness anyway. It feels like so like I think we could keep up with it.
Yeah, it's like 10 minutes in, you're like, wait, is France ruled by wizard kings? And depending on what version of it you're watching, you're either going, wait, so he time travels, or why is he 1,000 years old?
Wait, there's different versions.
Oh yeah, the American version went, oh, and then Freddy jumped hundreds of years into the future and became a secret agent. And the UK version, which is the one that I streamed, is not actually clear how he gets there, even though it's clearly hundreds of years later.
You could just chill being a frog in Frog Village or whatever.
Yeah,
Growing into a frog man.
yeah.
And then
There's
becoming human
so
size.
much going on in that movie. It's not a good movie by any stretch of the imagination.
Oh, absolutely. And the Loch Ness Monster is his girlfriend?
No. She's one of the love interests for some reason.
Oh yeah, she's
There's
one
also
of
the
love
exact
interest-
same age as him.
Yeah. That wait, wasn't Freddy flashed by like some US agent or something
Oh
like
no,
that?
that's the UK one.
Oh, that was the
Just
UK one,
He
yeah.
meets him and immediately like flashes it. It was a wild movie.
yeah.
Listen, if you're watching this stream and you've never seen Freddy as FR07, you
Don't-
are blessed.
Yeah.
It's a bad movie. It's just a very funny bad movie. Like
It's very yeah.
TV tropes has overused so bad it's good. This is the only movie that deserves that name.
Yeah. It's a blast to watch with friends. And that's about it. Because God, there's so much and the evil snake wife who sings that song with like fucking all sorts of villainous people in the background, including like I think there's like Nazis in the Ku Klux Klan or whatever. It's
Yeah, and they're all going around in roller skates, and there's like crusaders for some reason,
I mean,
and all this weird, like fascist imagery going on in this song.
I mean,
And there's
to-
Brian Blessed is there as
yeah.
well, because he's a supervillain. And this is like decades before Evil Genius 2, which just makes it so much funnier.
Yeah, God, the fact too. Oh, I mean, to be fair, a lot of fascists really do love the Crusades.
Yeah, they kind of do, which is
They're really obsessed with it.
like if someone's obsessed with it, I'll go, oh, like it's not an like there's a lot to be interested in about it, but if someone says they are, I give them the side eye.
Yeah.
And
God,
same way, there's fascinating stuff to talk about in World War II, but if someone shows up to Games Club with their lovingly painted like German tanks from that era,
The
You know-
crazy German tanks.
yeah. The thing is, like, they were technically, like, in technical terms, they were very well engineered tanks, and that was spectacularly worthless because they all kept falling apart and needing really, like, precision engineered replacement parts, which just wasn't possible at the time. Whereas
Yeah.
Russia's tanks, you know, they would literally roll out tanks from the factory straight into fights because that's where they were taking place. And, you know, the tanks weren't great quality, but you could just swap out all the parts. The German ones were, you know, engineered for specific problems, and that's all they could deal with.
yeah.
Yeah. And again, that is fascinating. But if someone, again, shows up with, oh yeah, these are all accurate to history and, and deploying it exactly as it was by, you know, the worst people who have ever existed.
Yeah,
Yeah. Well,
absolutely.
arguably, but you know.
Just tell them they were
Yeah.
crappy and didn't work.
Yeah, I do, and they always object, and that's how you know, you know?
Oh yeah. God.
Yeah.
You know what? Just speak about the Crusades for a second. I remember hearing from from a sibling that oh yes, that there's some I forgot what exact countries they're from, but some Arabic writings of people these talking about how okay, I guess some talking about how some Christians wouldn't really bathe that much. So when they would go to conferences or or talks, or I forgot what the term exact term I'm looking for is, but go to talk or whatnot. Some of them would wrap a scarf around their face that's just been dipped in really really strong perfumes,
Uh-huh.
and apparently it was a weird thing. Well, I guess technically still a thing about something about during some of the crusades, because those lasted quite
Oh
those
yeah,
came
those
and went
just went
at a
on.
wild range of time, and at some point there's this thing about not bathing, because bathing is sinful, partially because you're just alone with your body in water, being scrubbed in water. What dirty things could he do with well, that, but also something being covered in filth as the original sin, and trying to get rid of that is you pretending not to have it. It was something weird like that. So, and there's even this one man who didn't bathe for years, which is wild to think about. And people are like, oh, he's so holy or whatever, and I think he died fairly young, which not surprised. But yeah, no, it's kind of wild, some of the stories of cultures interacting in weird ways, especially just these Christian some of these Christian men are right. I'm just gonna cover my face in this big perfume while talking to some of them. And then, oh yeah, and I guess also from this, you also get great Baphomet, because the Knights Templar, and
Yeah,
people
they kind of
discovered.
accidentally created what is now an actual, like, in making up this evil deity, they created a lot of imagery that was later reused by actual cults.
Yeah.
It's their fault they made a transgender socialist woman.
Yeah, they made uh, they invented an evil god as everything they hated, and it turns out those are all the cool things.
God, yeah.
God.
Supposed to be yeah, it's it's supposed to be part man, part beast, part man, part of
Hot women.
yeah, conflicting
Good for them.
contrasts or whatever. But yeah, good for them. But yeah, it's just yeah. I mean, yeah, it's interesting to learn some of these things about the Crusade and the era and how things were influenced. I remember hearing about or the basics of the Children's Crusade, of some children we're going to get Jerusalem for the Christians, and they just kind of went and then got captured by some various people, and then well, I guess we had to have you know send a whole bunch of armies for a crusade, I guess. And it's who let these kids these European kids try to go to Jerusalem by themselves? And just yeah, no, sure, kid, knock yourself out.
The original anime protagonists.
Jesus, I hope not.
Oh no.
You're more like those parents who are shitty about their kids and tell people they're not allowed to tell them how to raise their kids, even though they're
Yeah.
really shitty about it.
Yeah. God.
2, 1.
Great. Now that got me thinking about how like side how sorry. Travis's animations for cleaning and the sound effects. I
Yeah.
forgot about them, but about society and like how we raise children to interact with others, other people. The fact that people used to raise their kids kind of like communally, a bit more communally. Like takes a village to raise a child, and now we have that nonsense. But wait, I'm trying to. Okay, I can't really think of anything really funny or weird yet, but yeah, no, history can be really amazing. But also, yeah, no, it's always weird when it's like, oh, I'm really interested in just learning about warfare. I'm like, huh, only warfare,
Really
huh?
interested in the German army between 1939 and 1945. Yeah,
Yeah,
like I said, I went to a lot of games clubs as a kid because I played like Warhammer 40k, that kind of thing. And eventually you realize, oh, every games club has one of these, and kicking them out genuinely improves the like quality of everything in the games club because you're awful people to a man.
yeah.
Who
Oh,
could
I
have
guess
imagined?
I remembered something a bit more of a recent thing, but for one, like, it's always weird when people say das Food, not das Food. It's like it's something from the Crusade, like
Deus Vult.
Deus Vult. Yeah, Deus Vult, right? But I remember this. Right, people are posting pictures of this one sculpture of like really pretty woman,
Oh
and
yeah,
like
that
yeah,
one. Like
yeah,
really nice
people
sculpture of it. Like
yeah,
lots
really
of
detailed.
detail of this beautiful woman, and everyone going, "Yes, this represents like what white men fight
Or
for." And it's like, dude, this was made by a Chinese woman.
yeah, yeah, that's exactly the one I'm thinking of. But yeah, just one of those losers being like Days Vault, and it's like right
Yeah,
under that. I'm like, hi, love your little dog whistle there.
yeah.
But yeah,
I
and
mean, it's
it's just
less dog whistle and more just yelling at dogs.
yeah, true. Especially like this is
Like you're not saying the loud part quiet anymore.
yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, God. um, no, I guess change the topic from that because that's
Yeah.
starting to buzz my mood a bit. I've recently started up a game called Depth of Extinction
Uh huh.
that, and it's pretty fun so far. I guess in simplest terms, it reminds me so far a lot of like XCOM and also Faster Than Light.
Oh, FTL. Yeah.
Yeah, FTL, and like it's like kind of post-apocalyptic setting. The world is kind of flooded over. You're you start off after some MacGuffin as two like your squad of like two newbies and a merc that you like hire, and but like in your submarine you can go to like different stations or waypoints or whatever, and like you know some of them will have like full like combat encounters. Others, you just kind of go visit to like repair your submarine or buy some gear or fuel or whatever. And yeah, no, it's just a really so far I'm really loving it, and some of the changes from it's very obviously inspired by XCOM, but it has some things I really enjoy. Like for one, it does stealth really well. Like I know XCOM 2 has stealth, but
It has
I
some
forget how it goes.
stealth, but
It's kind of
can uh, it can
but like
get really obnoxious actually having to do stealth missions.
yeah, well in Death of Extinction, it's like so far I haven't found any stealth missions outright, but how it, it does stealth is that if you spot an enemy, before they spot you, you can see like their alert range or whatever, and you can set up you know to set up ambushes or whatever, or you can just kind of keep going around. But like, oh, I guess a nice part about it is that if you run into
Ah,
whoa, how did you fail there?
I didn't
If you
jump
run,
at the right time.
but if you you know walk into an enemy's like at the edge of like their alert range without of an enemy that you didn't spot before, and you couldn't have seen them before the start of your move, the game like stops you immediately at the edge of their their alert range or whatever, refunds you the action point, and lets you move back. And it's just kind of
That's
funny
very
to think about.
generous.
Yeah, that's really generous, and it kind of makes me think of like some like movie where someone's like sneaking about, like sees a guard, like and like like just like mouthing
You
oh
can just
shit, and then
duck
just
back
run
and
back,
cover.
yeah, ducks back to cover. Yeah, and it also it's really nice because the idea is that it's assumed that all these troopers that you're playing with are like professionals and know how to like sneak around at least to some degree or another. So it's like, it's nice, and it kind of reinforces that. Also, another thing I like is that any enemy that's out of cover or you're flanking, or I guess that's still out of cover, uh, within your weapon's normal attack range,
Okay.
you have 100% chance to hit them.
Oh, thank
Basically,
God.
so that you don't have to like,
So you don't have the XCOM point blank unloading an SMG in an alien's face and it pops up with mist.
yeah,
Welcome.
you don't have that at all, and it's like, oh, that's so good. And of course, some weapons have different like, uh, they play around with the range of it. Like shotguns get stronger the closer you are. Makes sense. And sniper rifles having like the longest range, or really long range, but anything within 4 tiles, they get a huge penalty to aim at. So that you don't just run up close to dudes with your sniper rifle.
Well, yeah, because you're not spec'd for close combat and they can just kick it out of your hands.
Yeah. Oh, and I also like the classes that you can have in that game. Like there's like the basic ones like soldier, assault, uh, saboteur, which is like it's like stealth based, but also very very sniper focused. They also get, but oh yeah, and what of course, what class you have allows you to use like different weapons. And I haven't used it yet, but there's a type of weapon of like a category called the whaler, and like the first where it's like the first one I found does a little bit less damage than the sniper rifle, has a little bit less range, but it has a high chance to cause bleeding. And I'm like, huh. I'm guessing the idea is for more like boss encounters or whatever. It's just like you have something that's gonna take a while to take down anyway. Might as well cause damage over time through bleeding to help shorten the fight. Which is, yeah, I haven't really used it yet, but hope to at some point. Seems cool. Oh, that's a really interesting one is that like XCOM, or I guess more specifically the older XCOM, you can target cover to destroy it. And there's one class called the Wrecker, which their main weapon that they gain proficiency with is the minigun, which can attack the whole area, and also they if you level up their skills, or some of their skill stuff, you can get like, for one, you get bonus damage against cover or whatever, but also eventually you can make it so that the first thing you get is grenades do 1 extra damage and also have a wider AOE. And then, like, eventually, you can make it so that any cover that you destroy explodes. And another is like the final the final thing of that is like if you destroy 3 pieces of cover within your turn, you get like an additional action, which sounds bonkers. But yeah, with like how much cover there is in this game, it's like no, I decided to make one of my guys into that just because like, well, I found a minigun, and that and the wrecker uses minigun, so yeah, why not? Let's just have a guy who destroys enemy cover.
Any
Like yeah,
logical thing that starts with, well, I found a minigun is going to be great.
yeah, and also I love the soldier class where their whole deal in this game is like kind of jack of all trades, and they start with like the ability to have an extra use for any items that they equip. Can uses the kind of modern XCOM deal of if you equip a grenade or whatever, you just you always have that permission and you get it refreshed like afterwards. So just like starting out with someone with 2 grenades and like, oh hey, that's real good because again, uh, either blowing up enemy cover or or
Fuck.
or just blowing up enemies is always really great. And I know
There it
there's
goes.
some other cool things like the fact that all the skills in the game have their own like kind of perks or upgrades attached to them. Like if you increase your constitution high enough, not only does each point uh, give you a bonus to HP, but like eventually you'll start repairing or not repairing. You'll start like healing a little bit of health back, like after taking a shot or something ridiculous like that. Like I forgot the exact wording of it, but it's like, oh hey, regeneration in any way, shape, or form sounds cool. And I know there's like another one that's like, oh, you now no longer. I think it's like agility or speed or something, where it's like, oh, firing no longer ends a turn for you. So it's like, oh, that's cool. Um, firing no longer ends a turn for you, or some other bonus like being able to shoot twice per Overwatch. And it's like, oh, I'm really liking this so far.
Oh, we've got a letter.
We got a letter.
We just got a letter. We just got a letter. You just got a letter.
Awesome.
Wonder
We've
who it's
been
from.
given a platinum ticket. We can go to Willy Wonka's chocolate factory and kill
That's-
him.
That's golden tickets.
This is better. Of course it'll get us in.
Yeah.
Of course I know it's a golden ticket. I got a golden ticket.
I got a golden ticket.
Yeah.
Up
We don't
Yeah.
know the
off
rest of the words, do we?
God damn it.
I
Can
never
you hold-
had a star to wish on. I don't know
Oh,
enough
boy.
to sing it. You're just stuck in a wall, aren't you?
Yes.
Yeah, great. Just
Oh, no.
walk to the next fight. Yeah, no, this is one of the ones you have to take a bus or something.
God
A
damn
train.
God. Oh, great. I guess
I just
talking a
love
bit
the
more.
Yep. Okay.
Oh, sorry. What were you gonna say, Mary?
No, I said I was going to say I just loved the spawn your bike somewhere that just gets stuck in a wall. Oh yeah, and then this guy gets it for you.
Yep. He knows how to fix things stuck in geometry. Yeah.
My cheat item was spawned in a wall and I can't get it.
God.
All right. I put that in made up light novel names. Let's go fight Volodarsky.
Oh hey, the music didn't work the last time we did this.
You know what? I'm glad Bear Mode unlocked, you know, the music for this section.
Yep,
But also,
you have
I'm
to
still
earn the music.
I'm just still thinking about how if these enemies were wizards or dressed up, not as wizards, as like dressed up as like magicians or something.
Or, I don't know, bunny girls with like... Okay, I just want an excuse for bunny girls, but like stage magician assistants, you know?
Yeah, or like yeah, if they were dressed up to be involving
Like,
magicians,
even
stage
just,
magicians.
I don't know, clowns or like ringmasters with, you know, animals that attack you, which I guess wouldn't really work in Engine because
Yeah,
I
then
mean,
again, this Travis is a tiger in the second one.
yeah.
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 Sorry for the flashing. Oh
Yeah.
god, flashing warning, flashing warning.
God. I think I mentioned this before, but I feel like this game, if you ever make a playlist, you should title it like, like No More Heroes or whatever, but then also put like a little side thing of like just flashing lights warning. Oh, like, oh god. But yeah, no, it's just this the level leading up to Harvey has like so little personality that it makes sense why it's so kind of forgettable. Because it's like, this doesn't really, if these guys were just like dressed up in like magician hats, dressed up as magicians, it would make it that much more memorable. And like, oh hey, yeah, Harvey, like the magician guy.
Yeah,
But
he's
without the,
okay, but he doesn't like have much memorable about him. We said
yeah,
this. We say this every time he comes up. It's, oh yeah, it's that guy.
yeah,
He exists.
he existed.
Yeah. Well, we're going to kill him a second time, so you know.
His spleen.
Training card number 73.
Still the best, 1973.
Yep. Bow and Arrow Theater. Locust juice. Try one today, ice cold.
Do you think locust juice is made from locusts or it's
Unsure.
just the name?
I mean, locusts, like, they're perfectly edible.
Yeah, but I don't know if you could make a juice from them.
I mean, you could, you just shouldn't. Yeah, I want to say it was the ancient Greeks who would, you know, grind up locusts who had eaten, like, wheat that was growing, and they would make bread, flour from that.
Huh.
Was it the Greeks? I can't remember.
Okay, you're gonna eat our fields, then you become the fields.
Yeah, I mean, you can entirely do that. You end up with flour. It's just, you know, yeah,
Bug flower.
yeah.
Yeah.
And to be fair, there are plenty of projects around the world right now, you know, about raising bugs as like food animals. They're very cost effective compared to cattle or sheep. Nope. And now we have to do a mini game.
Yep.
Grasshopper manufacture. Pure white giant
Pure white.
Gossenberry. God, I
Glastonbury.
can't go over this.
It's alright.
The Switch's thing.
Oh yeah, for the PC release. Love when games do that. Love when you get random Xbox 360 button prompts when you're using keyboard. Like, that's useful. I can use this.
Oops! Ran into it.
Yep. So this is why we don't stream bullet hell games.
God, I want to be. A part of me wants to play bullet hell games, but I'm also not great at them. So I feel like,
Yeah.
well, then again, I can still play them, but it's just, that thing of like, you feel weird about playing a game that or a genre game that you're just not too great at.
I want to play Bullet Hills.
I actually want to play Touhou's at some point. I know some of the more Wily, like Wily Beasts or Wild, like great.
Yeah,
The one
I
about
can
the
never
animals.
remember what it's called.
It's like,
I'm in a Toho server, and I don't
Fuck.
know what half the games are called.
Wily Beast and Wicked. No. Like Weak Creatures and Wily Beast.
Weakest creature.
Yeah. So it's like, like I've heard that one isn't is comparatively easier game than several of the other.
You know, I
others
have
in the
never
series.
seen half these girls, and they're all adorable.
Yeah.
Ah!
Oh, so that's
Ah.
where these characters are from.
They're from
From-
Ah!
God, I'm guessing Bitter Mode adds these bullet
Probably.
enemies that are just annoying.
I mean, the missiles were there, but they weren't as much.
Yeah. Also, I love this arrangement of the.
Time
No
for
more
the
hero?
Fuck. Time for the holy hand grenade of Varrock.
Mm. You know, I haven't actually seen any Monty Python movies in probably decades at this point. Even though I must have watched them a ton as a kid.
Yeah.
Like, I could probably still tell you almost every line of Monty Python and the Holy Grail.
Oh wow.
I don't, because it would be incredibly boring to hear.
Yeah.
Which is why it's wild that Ready Player One is, oh, to unlock things, you have to recite the entire script of a movie. It's like, why? Why would that ever be a fun way to unlock an Easter egg?
Oh, it didn't
Yeah.
make the high score.
You need to go back and get the high score.
Jam.
Jam. Jam. Truly outrageous. Oh, jam. Glamour
Jam.
and glitter, fashion and fame. Whoa, jam is truly outrageous. Truly outrageous.
Of course.
James.
For the crimes of making making a funny swear on the high score list, you're being
Ah,
sent to
poor an
bingo.
ass taken.
Oscar,
Checkpoint.
Oscar. 74? Well, hold on, I got a call.
Come on. You can do this. You're almost to the next ranked fight. Winners proceed to the 4th rank. Losers will also proceed to the 8th circle of hell. But you and I, Travis, we are going to paradise together. Take me by the hand and show me a world of drama and passion, one that I have never known before. But be sure to hit the bathroom first. As soon as you are ready, come for me. Don't leave me waiting. Today, little Sylvia has done herself up quite well, I must say. My skin is so silky and smooth. This quote, charisma makeup artist from Japan gave me like the most incredible color gradation ever.
Get down.
Like some stupid bimbo. And with
Bimbofication.
that, today you are
Yeah.
going to win with 2,000% certainty. One hot night together, you and me, coming right up. A promise is a
Okay.
promise.
So,
Okay.
Watch your foot, Travis, and head for the Garden of Madness.
can't believe the Garden of Madness is an actual physical place for one of the boss fights takes place. Anyway,
I can.
God. You know what? Great. Now I'm thinking about Dante's Inferno, and you know, some people
featuring
joke
Dante
about
from the Devil May Cry
Devil May Cry
series.
series. Yeah, you know, some people like joke, like, haha, it's fan fiction, but actually something much better than that, where you know, like, like
Oh,
what? Oh, did you not
now you
collect
have
it?
to go fight the boss without saving.
Oh, without. Oh no.
Because she was
Hmm.
picking up all of the cards before saving, so she wouldn't have to get them if you had to reload the save.
Yeah.
So you had to do it live.
Oh, fuck.
Sorry,
boy.
you were saying about Dante's Inferno featuring
Oh,
Dante
yeah.
from the Devil May Cry
Devil May Cry
series?
series. Yes. Well, like back in the day, right? One, it's pretty hard to like speak up against like the church or like other figures such as that. But like the thing is, people, like thing about Dante Inferno and like other like kind of writings similar to that is that people are like, oh, I got a vision in a dream, and like as we know, as we all know, by like fellow Christians, like dreams are under the prelude of like God and Jesus. So it has to be legit. So like, and it's like, oh, and in my dream I saw all this, and like how some
In my
like I think
dreams,
there's like
saw
some
all of my
post.
political enemies in hell.
Yeah,
That is
Right?
literally what it was, yeah.
yeah. It's interesting to think about. Like, or much, especially much more interesting than just the common gag of, oh, it's a fanfic, because it's like, well, yeah, no, it's more of all my political enemies are in hell, and
Yeah, it is
talking about
just
society.
political satire framed that way, you know?
Yeah. But since like people did believe in that back in the day. Then again, it's also interesting to think about like what things people did believe in and like argued about, around that time. And like I still love thinking about the werewolf people who are like, oh, in our dreams we transform into werewolves and fight witches and demons, and just people being like, okay, I guess I don't know what to do with this, but all right, I
Yeah, there's
guess.
so many historical records of people claiming that. And it's like, thanks, I guess.
like, 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 thanks for fighting for us in the spiritual realm, but go to church more. Like, 'cause yeah, it's just such a weird thing.
In my restless dreams, I see that town. Werewolf Town.
The idea of it being called Werewolf Town is great. Just a game based on Bloodborne, but instead of the dream, the hunter's dream, you're at Werewolf Town.
Won't you take me to Werewolf Town? Won't you take me to Werewolf Town?
God, that's such a. That's honestly my favorite version. One of my favorite versions of werewolves, of just like of historical tales of werewolves, of just I do spirit battle. I do battle in the spirit realm as my wolf form. And it's like, okay.
Sure. You can't prove or disprove this, I guess. Yeah. I've met people online who genuinely like talk about that kind of thing now. It's like, okay. Like, what do you expect me to say? Thank you for your service.
Thank you for being a friend.
No, I
Thank
think
you for being so much of a furry that you think that you're doing spiritual combat with vampires as a werewolf.
know what? the furries who do spiritual battle with vampires in the spirit realm deserve far more recognition than the United States troops. They should get discounts at.
I mean, you're not
Subway.
wrong. But only because I feel like there should be a discount for everyone except troops who have to pay more. Cops too. Politicians
Yeah.
maybe.
Oh, absolutely, especially like
Oh boy.
especially if you're like a senator or like something.
If you're a senator,
That
you can
powerful.
afford it.
You also had to get like. If you
also
ever
have to
voted
get
against,
that, and then you
human
just
rights,
killed
yeah.
off, so I immediately went stabbed.
yeah,
Get stabbed.
yeah. If you ever voted against something that would or voted for something that would harm human rights, then you also had to get stabbed anytime you buy something from the store.
Oh
Yeah.
god, Joe
It's only
Biden.
right.
There.
Joe Biden visiting that town right when that bridge collapsed. And it collapsed because they diverted funds for keeping the bridge up to policing.
You hate to see it. And also, God, the United. A part of me wants to talk about it, a part of me doesn't want to talk about it. It's
I
just
mean-
like, oof.
We all want to defund the police. Perhaps
Yeah.
even disband them and replace them with something less nakedly corrupt.
Yeah. And, like, the fact that the police, anytime, in various places, like in the US at least, and probably other countries, are like, oh, you want to talk about defending us? And then, there's a whole big campaign of, like, crimes are actually increasing, actually. But then it's like, wait, they weren't. They aren't, though.
The
Except,
police are doing the crimes.
yeah,
Crime cop.
that's
Crime cop.
God.
There is an edit that I made like years and years ago of a buddy fight character, like captioned with the crime cop, like tweet or whatever. And like it made sense in context, except because it's one of the posts I made in that fandom years ago. Whenever someone gets into that series, they immediately come across that first and reblog it.
Oh, sort of like that
And
one
so I know-
Digimon post I made.
Yeah, probably. It's like I made this post like in 5 minutes. It's probably about a decade ago.
Actually, I made 2 Digimon posts on Tumblr. But the
That
other
got
one,
really big.
but the other one is not as Digimon related because it doesn't show Digimon. Turns out I didn't need to save at all, and everything's upside
Yeah.
down. Oh yeah, this really brutal death scene.
Yeah, he's not that tough a boss, even on bitter mode.
I don't remember this death scene, actually. Because I know he
Yeah,
gets like
again,
what-
we've talked about who's unmemorable.
no, like I thought like they put him into the thing and like explode him or whatever, like his insta kill
No,
to be
he's blinded and like
Gets thrown in
tied
half.
to.
Oh yeah, he's blind. Okay, now I remember how that goes. I thought Travis like decapitated him there, but no, it just blinds him.
Yeah.
Yep. But gosh.
And now we'll never talk about Volodarsky again because there's nothing to say.
Who?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Again, he's okay. He's just very forgettable.
Yeah.
Much like
if they
Yuri
just
Geller.
There's
Okay.
a lot to say about Yuri Geller. You know.
actually I don't really know that much about him. Is he the guy with the tiger?
Hmm?
No.
No. That's Siegfried and or Roy.
Ah.
I don't actually know much about Siegfried and Roy, but no, Yuri Geller was in the I want to say the 90s. He was this like TV personality. He'd say, "Oh, I'm psychic. I can read minds. I can bend spoons with my mind. I can like move pencils across the table with my mind. I'm psychic." Did you get that? He had this whole thing where he'd like draw a pentagram on his forehead or something. And that is where the whole like lawsuit over him suing Nintendo about Kadabra using his image came from. Well, that and the
Oh.
Pokemon was originally called Young Geller.
Oh.
Yeah, and instead of recognizing it as, oh, this is like a tribute, like this is a homage to me, it's no, this is infringing on my image.
Yep.
It's making fun of me for not being a real psychic when I clearly am. And he's
Yeah.
just kind of a jerk in general, but years later, like he showed up on a talk show once, and there was like a stage magician, like a professional guy, who went, "You know what, Yuri Geller? I bet I can do your tricks." And he went, "Oh, they're not tricks. I have real psychic powers." And he went, "Okay, I will bend a spoon. Can you bend a spoon now?" And he'd copy all of Yuri Geller's tricks, and then he'd explain how they're done. The spoon thing is you heat it up slightly by rubbing your fingers over it, and that makes it easy to bend. The pencil thing is actually like breathing in a certain way in order to produce like air currents. And mind reading, it's all like basic parlor tricks. And this magician was going, yeah, it's actually like I go around debunking things like this because that's not a real psychic power. Any stage magician could pull it off if they knew the trick.
Huh.
Also,
And Yuri Geller got furious about this because that was his whole stage personality was, oh, I'm a real psychic.
God.
And
Also,
he
real
was
quick.
exposed as a fraud on live TV.
Yeah, God. Oh, but yeah, real quick. Those beam cannons actually look really cool in detail.
Yeah, they are. They've got the whole spiral thing, like a spiralized hot dog. Yeah.
Ranked fourth by the UAA, Russian, and Nintendo.
Ranked fourth by the USA. Found fame working as a magician in America. The fourth best magician. He's got an okay appearance. He's just.
Yeah, they don't really do much with him to really, sell him up. Like if there was like at least posters or something of him like throughout town or something, like before you fight him.
A cool detail to have that he is like a celebrity in a way that a lot of them aren't.
Yeah, like
he's got a stage show, maybe like have him mentioned somewhere else, but that's
yeah,
it's not really a thing.
Yeah.
He's not that difficult a boss. He's not that memorable a boss.
Yeah. Then again, I guess it really it kind of does feel like they put some they put more effort into like his appearance than like the rest
his
of him.
appearance is fine. Like the swords look cool. It's
And
just yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's other characters with like a lot more focus that we're about to see coming up, and like, yeah, no, they definitely have, they definitely have, you know, things going on for them, and they're far more memorable.
I hope I didn't miss any cards, by the way.
Yeah.
Because those were the only cards I found. Oh!
Speaking of cards, I need to get around to playing more like card games. Just to like Inscription has got me back onto thinking about like playing card games constantly. Ah,
Inscription's great.
it's great.
I
Can't wait for the next stream of it. No?
I my girlfriend showed me more of it last night. We didn't beat it just because she was feeling a bit tired, and like the
Yeah.
ending can take a
Well,
bit.
the ending is like a fairly lengthy bit of it. It's a really good. Like, I'm not going to spoil any of it because when we get to the gun show, you know, you'll know.
Oh yeah.
There's so many bits that are like payoffs to earlier dialogue and stuff, and it just works really nicely.
Yeah. Can't wait for that. But also, it's a shame. There's not. It's a shame that we all haven't gone through it, and also I don't want to spoil it for like audience.
About it.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
it's like, oh, there's some interesting things that happen towards the end. Oh boy. Also, shout out, not randomly, I guess. Shout out to the mycologist. Love that weirdo.
Oh yeah, you mean weirdos?
Yeah. Weirdo, plural. Yeah, weirdos.
There's sort of two of them.
2 into 1.
Yeah, that's their whole thing. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, card games are good, and like I guess I'm suddenly reminded of of how apparently on like Steam, I think, like World of Horror
Oh yeah,
or
it counts
whatever
as a
is
card
a
game,
card
and
game.
it's not. And
It's
there's
absolutely
no
not.
sense in which it's a card game.
I love people claiming things are card games.
Like, if
God.
anything, it's a choose your own adventure.
Yeah.
Like, it's as much of a card game as the fighting fantasy books were. Because it's not necessarily like based on them in any way, but it has a lot of similarities to that kind of game.
Hello, Travis.
No, absolutely. Like, you know, the decisions you can pick from, you know, how you can increase your stats.
Like, you could make a World of Horror board game, like an actual physical one, and that would make at least as much sense as some board games I've seen of other stuff.
Yeah, which I'm still
It's-
bewildered by Dark Souls having a board game.
Yeah,
Unfortunately,
Cause
it's
it's like-
5e.
like
Oh.
World of Horror is an actual physical board game. Like, even for more than one player would be a pretty fun thing to have. Like,
Oh, yeah.
like you just have the board is the city it's all taking place in, and you know, each control a different one of the characters and have it like that. Like what's it called? Is it Arkham Horror that does that?
Yeah,
Something
Arkham
like that.
Horror. great. There's several like that. Yeah,
Like
Mansion of Madness,
reskin,
Arkham
well, not quite a reskin. Like use some of the mechanics from, yeah.
Yeah,
And it's very easily a thing you could convert into a board game if you really felt like it.
yeah. It's pretty great. It would actually fit well with that. But yeah, I know. And James mentioned the tabletop RPG for Dark Souls, which could be a 5e D&D hack. Which that sounds awful.
Yeah.
Like
Not everything needs to be in D&D hack. It doesn't fit every system.
I think Avatar: The Last Airbender has a RPG that's based on the Cortex system, which is kind of real light, but like
Yeah,
more
because
narrative
we should
focused.
have a rules like narrative focused with that. It's not a like. Sorry, it's hard to focus with all these guys yelling.
Oh yeah, I've lowered the volume on the stream on my end
Yeah, I'm gonna roll
because
with
oh
that.
boy, they're making so much noise.
Yeah, but for Avatar: The Last Airbender, like a narrative focus is, the way to go.
Yeah, but it still has a lot you can. I know that the Cortex system can have like a lot you can do with like skills and everything, and like combining different attributes into roles. Like it has a lot of neat like mechanics behind it, and it's like not everything has to be in D&D, and there's some fairly big name things or like fairly popular things that have tabletop RPG like official games that are different or based on different systems. Like hell, Marvel, I know had their own like RPG thing that where you play as a different like Marvel heroes that wasn't D&D or anything like that. Which they also, I know, there's also a funny story of like an initiative system that was kind of born from that of people going like, okay, they were originally thinking of like a D&D as like initiative system, but then they're like, well, what about like the fastball special and stuff like that? And it's like, well, what if like characters like Spider-Man or something just had like a bigger bonus or something, or like Colossus could have like a bigger initiative bonus if like Wolverine or something's in the fire with them or something complicated like that. But then a guy named Balasera, that they talked to were like, well, what if you just kind of handed off the initiative to someone else so that like like basically at the start of like combat you just assume the heroes or the player characters get initiative and they can choose who goes first, and then like you had to hand off to someone else with the caveat going, if you just do all the heroes first, eventually you had to hand it over to
Yeah.
the villains, and
Eventually,
then
they'll
like
hand it over to the villains, and they can just gang up on one of you.
yeah, and also
So
yeah,
yeah.
and another important part is that whoever is the last person who has initiative decides who goes next for the next round. So if a villain gets it, if like a villain gets it for the last the last person initiative, then they can choose to have all the other start off the chain of all the other villains going off. So you kind of have to there's a fun little strategy that could be had there. I know the Fate RPG system also uses that for the modern version of the games. Of either calling it the Popcorn Initiative or Valicera. Yeah, no. Oh, and also I should mention like Fate also has some cool things because of how it handles narrative and uh both any sort of conflict and stuff, that you can have fun things like if someone has like a machine gun or like something like that,
Okay, there,
they
I
can.
can see it.
Oh, nice the shirt. I was wondering what you were doing for a bit, but yeah, like if your character has a machine gun and you want to pin someone down, you can just be like, oh, I create the advantage of pinning them down, which narrative, like if that works, that means that oh, you stop them from doing things because they're pinned there, and like that's it. basically, as long as everyone on the table knows what that means, like seeing a movie with that being a thing or whatever, then like yeah, sure you can do it, which is nice compared to like D&D, which with how they design it, you would have to have like 5 pages or like like
Oh,
a
well, you'd
page or
have
two
to
of
cause a
rules about.
stun effect by firing at them and hitting them with the. And you're like, no, I don't want to hit them. I just want to shoot around them so they don't come out.
Yeah, so that someone else can like flank them, beat the shit out of them. Yeah, it's neat what you can do with systems like that. But yeah, no, it's just. Oh, and I guess another thing I should mention is that like Dark Souls already has an official tabletop RPG in Japan. It's Japan only though for some reason, but it actually seems really cool. Where it's like at it's very combat focused, which makes sense for Dark Souls, but it's like at the start of combat or start of the round or whatever, you have like 5 stamina dice, and like anything that you do basically costs stamina, and like if you want to block an attack, depending on your shield, you need to like roll a certain amount to be able to like block a pip of damage, or like if you want to attack, that also costs dice. And like it has this. Gene, what are you doing? Get back in the house. Oh no. Oh yeah, this. Oh yeah, that explains, kinda vaguely, why Gene somehow gets all the way over there on foot. No, it. Anyway, yeah, it has a lot going for it, so that you're just like in the games, like a big part of the games is managing stamina, and like everything you do basically costing stamina. So you can like the Japanese RPG uses that as well, and like to dodge, to avoid damage instead of blocking, you can also dodge, but that costs you. You have to like use up dice according to your weight load, basically, so that the more equipment you have, the more costly it is to dodge. Yeah, it's like it does a lot of really cool things. So that yeah, it does a lot of cool things without too many rules, while still being pretty tactical. And it's like, oh wow, why don't we have that? But I guess Bando Namkai is just like, fuck it, make it make it D&D.
You need to make it D&D so you can get a market share of people who only listen to one D&D podcast. Yeah.
Yeah. God. No, it's great. Now I'm thinking about actual plays. It's wild how much what are they called? The Adventure Zone, and I guess also mostly like Critical Role. And like I know that's like the bigger one of the two. I think have gotten people into like playing Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah, specifically only D&D, despite the fact they mostly dropped the mechanics in Adventure Zone.
Oh
I
yeah,
have not listened to any Critical Role.
yeah. I've tried listening to Critical Role, but like it, it's like, oh, here's our first season, and it's like over 100 episodes, and like each one's 4 hours long, and I'm like, I don't, I don't know, I don't have the time. like,
It's
I
longer,
don't have the time.
it's longer than One Piece.
Yeah, God, yeah, it may actually be longer than like watching One Piece, because yeah, like over 100 episodes, each one's 4 hours long. God, wow, huh? But yeah, it's like, hell, I know, like, actually, I don't know if Crit Roll plays around with the rules too much. I know, like, the Adventure Zone specifically, they drop a lot of rules. They change things up. Like, oh wow, like, people like, oh wow, I want to play D&D and have like a fun time like they did, and like, you basically gotta hack things to make it more enjoyable, because
Oh,
the
well,
original
I
game.
hacked D&D to make it a more narrative system. It's like, just play D&D?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, there's people who are like, I'll concede that D&D is a good combat system, but like, it really isn't. It's like
It's kind of
you'll get
con.
you'll get a better if you're looking for combat in a game. Honestly, play a like a board game, like a war game or something. You'll have a much better time, or like a
Yeah, I
skirmish
haven't
game or
played any
something.
tabletop games in a couple of years, so
Yeah,
yeah,
that,
probably
like
should,
Look,
but not right
I
now.
jumped out of the bus into the bus.
yeah, Travis touchdown just clipped through the bus to do a flip.
The wheels on the bus go round and round.
So I've mentioned this a couple of times in the Gun Show chat, which is my boss, like, hasn't assigned me actual work to. It's like, oh, document the stuff that you've worked on previously, you know, and we want to have this in case one of our developers gets hit by a bus. And I go, okay, what specifically do you want documentation on? He's like, no, you need to make it, you know, in case any of you get hit by a bus. And he keeps saying, in case any of you get hit by a bus. I'm like, is my boss going to kill me?
I mean,
I know what he means. It's just like he's bad at putting it anyway, other than that.
I mean, you should
I
probably
still
watch
don't know
out for
what he wants.
buses.
Yeah. Ugh, I haven't actually been outside in the last few days and probably should. I don't
That's
go
what he
anywhere near
wants.
buses. Yeah, I step outside and the bus is waiting for me.
God. Yeah,
Just runs over me.
I know.
Yeah.
I hope you get Izakai to a fun world. Izakai, not one that's too much of a mess, but God,
Isekai into the one world somehow worse than Earth.
oh no.
Yarth. Did I ever tell you about that dream I had where I was like slowly getting isekai into the digital world and like I was pulled out of a building, I think, in a wheelbarrow?
I
Did you fight
vaguely
any
remember.
werewolves there? And if so, thank you for your service.
Isekai into the Garden of Madness. Yeah.
Love this place, but
Stop.
Gene.
Here's the cat. Here
Cat.
comes the girl. Hello,
Well,
girl. Welcome. There she is. She is here. And like, that's apparently like some TikTok meme or something, but I've never seen the original.
Yeah, same. I might have seen the original. I'm not sure. I think it may have been about like a cat.
It is about a cat. It's here comes the boy. It's just zooming in on a cat, apparently. At least I assume that's what it is.
Nice.
Cat hours.
Real cat hours.
Time to hunt the bunny.
Oh no.
Oh. No, I remember learning. Speaking of bunnies, real quick. I remember learning recently that apparently, like like the con like tail that like rabbits have. Apparently, it's just like a normal tail curled up, or something. Like you can't pull on it, and it's like,
Don't pull on it. It's, you know, it can actually hurt them.
oh no! Like yeah, I've seen some people like gently pull on it. It's like, oh,
Like, if you're very gentle about it and like are very careful, yeah, you can unravel it. You just really shouldn't.
oh yeah, absolutely. But it's just wild to learn because I just thought it, like their tails just did that. It's just like a bump.
Stay back! This one's mine! So back off! What?
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
The cat?
She's the third rank assassin!
Master! I'm coming, Master! Do not interfere! Don't do anything stupid! I have nothing left to teach you! Aim for the top!
Why was he here?
Because someone thought this would be a cool thing to have happen, but then he just becomes a ghost, which I mean, that goes with the gag. Like after seeing your
The
message,
gag of him just being like he's still in the same office and same pose. He's just a ghost now.
No matter how old they get, they never learn.
Help us control shopping carts.
Are the third-ranked assassin? Bitch!
You were saying, Sonny?
I asked if you were ranked third.
What? What'd you say?
I said, are you the third-ranked assassin, Granny?
What? Say that again. See, I'm kind of hard of hearing. I can't hear much these days.
Are you
Granny
ranked third?
Cream's hot butter ice
This time
cream.
I heard you.
Oh, sorry.
I am. Okay, there. It's complete. That's right. Don't you see? Idiots. All men are. Why should I even bother killing you? Even if you had 9 lives, it wouldn't be enough. Oh, I just love losers who don't care for their own
I'm
lives.
actually looking up the hot butter ice cream thing now, and someone actually made it according to the recipe and the lyrics and described it as somewhere between excellent and revolting.
huh?
Yeah, apparently it tastes fairly good. The texture is incredibly overwhelming because it is like 3 sticks of butter in there.
Oh wow. Do the random goons get killed by the giant death beam?
Yes.
Nice.
There it is. There is Granny Cream's hot butter ice cream. And to be fair, it looks better than it has any right to.
Huh. Yeah. God, I love this song.
Yeah. Of course, the actual, like, the recipe as described in game is completely insane and should never be made. Because there's a part where you have to bake it for 12 hours.
Ah.
Yeah. But apparently is good if extremely rich in texture. Like, because by weight it's like half butter.
God.
Yeah. Yeah. The only times described recipes in stories I've written are fairly like straightforward recipes, just to have characters doing something whilst they're talking. It's just,
Yeah, that
yeah,
makes
here's how you make a cake. It's not that complicated a cake, because that's not the point.
Yeah.
But it's fairly, like, it's edible, it's fairly nice, it's just not that complicated to make. But in Hypnospace Outlaw, just by the nature of it, you have to have completely insane recipes on there. Because
Yeah.
everything about that setting is just nuts. There's the fungus music.
Sorry. Just love Travis doing the funny sidestep thing and then attacking a wall. It's great. Great. Something I'm thinking of about recipes. No, I can't really remember at the moment. Oh, now I remember. The Sifno gear and the beef stroganoff, where it's like some girls
Oh
are
yeah, the
singing
beef
like,
stroganoff recipe that has no beef in it.
yeah, and like apparently the context of that was it's like after a really intense like combat with a villain, you know, that they come back and are able to, you know, just have fun at school. And then later there's gags that like, oh, the girls in that class that were singing the song failed home ec.
Of course they do.
And then there's later things where it's like showing one of them like specifically looking up a cooking book about and like how to and like how to cook beef stroganoff,
Yeah,
which is great.
it's as described in their song. That would not make beef stroganoff.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. It's a fun song though.
yeah.
Yeah, it's from Manga and
Hypnospace
Anime.
Outlaw oh, I thought you were talking about Hypnospace. No, it's a fun song talking about beef stroganoff. It must not be used as a guide.
I reminded of the cake recipe from Portal.
Yeah. If you take out the parts that are obviously like not actually ingredients, then that's you can cook it. Like it would taste okay. But like half the ingredients listed are just you wouldn't put that in food. Just leave them to die out there.
Nice.
See?
Oh,
This
his
is-
shadow! What the? Because of the
It just
dodge.
turns his shadow
Yeah.
into there.
God.
That's horrifying.
God. I know early, you know, first time going through here, we joked this is an orbital beam weapon. But on the ground. Yes, we did. We absolutely did.
Let's go watch that episode to find out when that appears in the corner of the stream.
Viewers at
I-
home.
But yeah, no, but it really is like a terrifying beam weapon that she just fires. Basically, for something like this, this is basically, you know, point blank range.
Granny Cream's orbital beam. Granny Cream's orbital beam.
Oh, that reminded me of a stray thought I had earlier
no.
during the shmup section of if Travis Touchdown was trans, I think she would name herself after one of the like food name characters from Glossenberry. I don't know which one though. I don't know any of their names, but look,
You don't know any of their names.
I know like he like says some of them though. But I know like they're named after food, or like or maybe another enemy. Yeah.
Blueberry cheesecake brownie.
Imagine being killed by an assassin named Blueberry.
Yeah, the characters are apparently called Strawberry, Blueberry, Cranberry, Glastonbury, who's the giant neck, Knotsberry, and Gooseberry.
Sorry, speaking of names and trans people, I just remembered a post on Twitter that's like, imagine like hearing some um, French person go soccer blue, and like the three non-binary people around there just turning their head to look, and up someone apparently replied that like they almost like that they're they're just laughing at that because they almost named themselves Blue, but their middle name is Ray, and it's someone else clowning on them. Like, did you almost name yourself Blu-ray?
Yeah.
Today's Blu-ray will be tomorrow's Retro.
Oh no. Wait, that almost feels like was that a reference to Red vs. Blue?
Yes.
Yeah, I remember that episode. Or that whatever that
I haven't
was.
thought
Oh,
about Red versus Blue in years.
Yeah.
Same.
When it was put off in like that one really long video about Ruby.
Yep.
Yeah.
God, yeah. But yeah, just imagining. Great, I'm having fun imagining trends. In the future, Blueberry touchdown. Just going into a hair salon, like I want to look like this, and it's just a photo of Hakune Mitsu.
Hakune Mitsu. No.
Then again, in the
Yeah, apparently she's like the one with greenish blue hair, so
Oh my gosh, the
Wow.
drama
yeah,
blasphemy.
mostly green.
wow. Wow.
Sorry, Flashing.
Yep. God. Oh wow, good. Stopping them in their their flip attack or whatever. But yeah, I don't know. I'm having fun with the what if Travis Touchdown was trans headcanon being developed here.
Like it's not that much of a stretch, given yeah.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say earlier, I can in the No More Hero setting, it's very possible that there is in fact a virtual a virtual idol who's also an assassin. If it's like, come on.
And
Yeah,
assassinates
VTuber assassin.
virtual-
The first VTuber assassin. Blueberry touchdown. God.
I told them, but did they listen?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I'm a bit head empty, no thoughts. Okay, go on.
Ah!
Yeah, so I couldn't say more than that, just imagining that,
Yeah.
but... Oh yeah, I wanted to say earlier, I do enjoy hearing, I forgot, Speedbuster's voice, and like some voice lines in the middle of this track. I don't know if it's like part of the music or like what she's talking about.
It's not
All
part of
fired.
the music. The music is just an instrumental.
The music is in you.
Yes. Like some of the tracks do have vocalizations, like "Clever for Breakfast" has, well, kind of nonsense being said, but yeah.
Yeah. Also, I love that apparently Speedbuster doesn't have any tools to repair.
Well, of
Well,
course she
just
doesn't.
next
Why
it.
would she need them against most fighters?
True.
Pretty good boy.
Damn right. I'm an apprentice of the master.
Thunder Liu. He was a good man, and I hope one day you'll be as good as he.
Count on it.
A little present for you. Farewell.
And good night.
Head Buster.
Yep. And that's Speedbuster. Or Bitter Speedbuster.
Yeah, she's a very unconventional boss, in that she is the entire level leading up to her.
Congratulations.
But, you know,
You are officially ranked
Yeah.
third.
And
she's
you know,
memorable for it, so
yeah. Also, I really love her design and how,
It is
she's
very
not
true how
like
villains all die.
I forgot Sylvie's line there, but the fact that she's well, I mean, it could be great if there's more like body variety, but the fact that she is like not just the kind of same anime girl body that most of the women characters in this game have.
yeah. She's just an old, overweight lady who happens to be the third best assassin in the world.
Yeah.
Well, ostensibly.
Well, according to the UAA.
According to the scam that, Sylvie's running. Yeah.
Yeah.
Third best ranked assassin is a Karen.
Yeah.
I don't think she's a Karen though.
She's not quite that, yeah.
Like not every older white woman is a quote unquote Karen. Like, also I like her dress that she's wearing. Like that'd actually be cool to have a
Yeah.
dress with someone design.
Anyway,
God, but yeah,
Yeah.
Hi,
time
this is
for.
Diane from VTech Videos. This is
Oh
just a
wow.
reminder for you to return one of our videos. It's titled 69 Techniques to Improve Your Left Making. It's
Nice.
overdue by 2 weeks. Be sure to return it to us soon.
You know the drill. Go get him.
Yeah, that voice just really makes me think that, yeah, just straight up is Henry. I think Henry has a different last name than Travis.
Henry Cooldown.
Cooldown. I mean, Touchdown is a goofy name, but I don't know, just
To be fair,
Cooldown.
like, it's called that because it's the kind of name that Americans have in Japanese media, and it's just like deliberately meant to be too cool for him.
Yeah, true.
Now let's look at the cards. The cards will tell.
huh, I guess that was all the cards for
Yep.
that guy.
Solidarity
Harvey.
just doesn't have much going on.
Yeah.
Speedbuster design. Expressions.
Oh, I love her expressions there.
Yeah.
Stirs weapon. Buster launcher. Phase 1.
Oh, that's cute. Egg Mart.
Egg Mart. And it becomes a chicken.
Buster launcher. Phase 2.
Yeah.
And yeah. Yep.
Buster
And
launch.
this is phase 3, obviously.
Transform.
From egg to chicken in an instant.
Egg to chick to chicken.
Hedgehog to hedgehoggle to hedgehog bup to hedgehog.
And that's
And
the
then
back
from
of
the
it.
back,
Yeah. It's just a shopping trolley.
it's great. I fucking love it. Such a goofy weapon. Just
Ranked third by the UAA. 76 years old. Been suffering
wow.
from hearing loss.
Oh, so she wasn't
Oh.
lying. That's interesting. Help us control shopping carts.
God,
Yeah.
real great. That's that just reminds me of that of discussions about shopping carts and like just because especially in the U.S. there's a lot of people who are I mean in a lot of places there are people who just like won't care and just leave it out. But I feel like probably in the U.S. it's still a thing. And God, I'm sorry. It's just like it's such an annoyance that like basically Aldi's has like fixed by just like oh you put like a coin into the cart and if you want it
Yeah.
like the coin back you have to actually put it back put it back yourself and for the most part that fixes it like
Yeah.
but
I
nowhere
remember.
else does that.
Oh, I remember
keep-
as kids, like it being a big thing that the local supermarket introduced like wheel locking technology. Like if you got far enough away from the supermarket, it just locked up and you couldn't move the trolley anymore because people kept throwing it in the river. Because kids would take them all the way down to the river and toss them in. It just kept happening.
I was gonna ask why, but I doubt you would know because like
I mean,
I don't think anyone knows other than
I don't
fuck
know.
it. Like
Not
let's be
exactly kind of
menacing.
kids I hung around with, so
Yeah, same. That's just still bizarre to think about. Of just we're gonna take this down to the river for reasons,
there just wasn't anything to do in town.
I guess. But
Like
yeah,
there's times I visit that town and I'm like, oh yeah, I had 0 things to do growing up.
VidCons.
Hmm?
It's time for our
Video
hardest challenge.
God,
2 of them.
There's 2 of them.
this game mode sucks because it's
really
hard to
does.
tell if you're like making if your swings or if your timing's any better or not because
Good
it's
job.
just tell. There's no instant retry or anything, so it's just a
No
pain to
thank.
try to get. Whack.
That guy tried to do with the baseball.
Yeah, true.
Cat's meowing.
Yeah,
Meow,
yeah.
meow, 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 meow. So much love for cats.
Yeah.
And the cat girl server. Join
Oh
today.
yeah. Yeah, we actually are a server where 2 of the streamers are cat girls.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dumpster
And
guy.
unfortunately I kind of break any potential naming scheme for that because I'm not.
I mean, it's fine. We have
My
the
whole thing
camo
is
dynamite.
bunnies. Yeah,
The bunnies are great.
bunnies are
All
great.
those rodents.
They're not rodents, they're lagomorphs.
Oh, apologies, lagomorphs. I thought they were related to rodents. But yeah, I love those lagomorphs.
Hello, Travis.
I'm
Lagomorphs are small to medium-sized terrestrial herbivores. They superficially resemble rodents, and in older classifications were included in the order Rodentia, as both possess a set of continuously growing incisor teeth. But, strictly speaking, they're not rodents.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I don't know much about this either.
Yeah, bunnies are good. God, I'm
Yeah.
in another server that has like several people who really like love or identify with like rabbits or bunnies, and it's
Good for
great.
them.
Especially since one person like their online handle is bunny, so it's like
Yeah,
sometimes
it's a
like
good
you'll
name.
like post a photo of a rabbit or bunny, and everyone's like bunny, and then they're
Oh.
like yes.
Yeah, I actually know at least 2 people who go by that online. Yeah, and who just respond to like pictures of rabbits with "that's me." Like I don't do that, but I can understand that they do, and I'm like, yeah, good for them.
Yeah.
I think, yeah, one of the Night Marinara hosts goes by that sometimes. I might be mistaken. No.
aren't they Bazooey actually?
I have no idea.
Oh, you said Kazooie, right?
Bazooey.
Oh, Dewey, my bad.
No, just segue into Banjo-Kazooie.
Sorry, I've been partially thinking about it because I finally beat Banjo-Kazooie on stream. And
Congratulations.
also, yeah, I forgot, like, you get so many bonuses for going above and beyond for, like, all the collectibles and music notes.
Yeah.
Like, in the final fight, you can get, like, double your health. Double your health, a full refill of all, like, you know, blue eggs, red feathers, gold feathers, etc. Like, I think you only need 100, yeah, you only need 110 musical notes to reach the end. But, like,
10, you say?
810.
Yeah,
810. But then, like,
Yeah, I thought you said
everything above that
110 as well, but
I
yeah.
think I might have accidentally said 110. Which
Yeah,
there's
I
a
was
lot more
thinking,
than that.
wow, that's real speedrun strats there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot that
Yeah.
Gruntilda's actually, like, a fairly hard boss fight, you know, for the game. I was like, oh, huh. Like, I actually had to do it in 3 tries. Or, like, maybe 4. Just because, like, I keep just eating damage.
Yeah, there
Because,
aren't, like, most of the boss fights in Banjo-Kazooie are fairly straightforward. She isn't. There's just nothing else like her in the game.
Banjo-Kazooie didn't really have boss fights except Grunty.
Yeah, not really like proper ones. It had, yeah, this
that
is a
giant
big
boss.
enemy in this area, but then usually it's just, oh, you shoot a couple of eggs at them and they run away.
Travis.
Yeah.
Banjo-Tooie has boss fights.
Oh, it sure does.
I actually have never played Banjo-Tooie, so I'm looking forward to that, but I don't know if I want to do that immediately soon after being Banjo-Kazooie.
So
Or
funny
just
thing,
maybe put a game in between. Oh, yeah?
I did not own Banjo-Kazooie, however, I was given Banjo-Tooie one Christmas. So, yeah.
So you had no way to get Stop and Swap. What a shame.
Oh! Did you know that the Xbox version of Banjo
Yeah,
Kazooie
they
has stop
actually
swap with
have a stop and swap.
nuts and bolts,
Yeah.
And also,
which I found really interesting because there's Banjo Tooie for the Xbox, or it may just be Rare Replay. Yeah, no, I think it is Xbox. So it's just like, huh? You'd think they'd put it for that game,
so funny thing,
but okay. Mhm.
there's a stop and swap too
Yeah.
for
What?
that version of Banjo Kazooie.
Oh, for nuts and bolts or
Yeah, for
Banjo
Banjo
Tooie?
Tooie. For that version
Oh,
of
Banjo
Banjo
Yeah.
Tooie.
The story
Oh,
of Stop and Swap is just so funny though. It's like, oh yeah, we've discovered a way to like keep data in it. Oh, because the N64 keeps data in its memory for 10 seconds after you disconnect it, you can swap the cartridge. And they told Nintendo, who immediately went, oh no, and fixed it in the next batch of them. 'Cause it's not
Ah.
intended at all.
They
Oh,
didn't-
it wasn't intended. Okay, I haven't
It was
heard that part of the story.
absolutely like a broken part of the N64's functionality. It was never intended to do that. And as soon as Rare said, hey, we're going to put this in our game, Nintendo went, please don't.
It could actually cause damage.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And so that's why they had it, stopped for the second game. Banjo Tooie just has you find in-game cartridges of Banjo Kazooie that you break open to get the eggs.
Apparently,
Nice.
the ice key was meant for Donkey Kong 64.
Yeah.
yeah.
But again, Rare were told, okay, it's fine to leave it in Banjo Kazooie because it doesn't go anywhere, but you can't put it in the games it's a target for. Because it's not going to work, and if it did, it would probably damage the console.
Yeah.
Or rather, because of the much reduced time in swapping the cartridges, because later versions went down from 10 seconds to about 2, you would have to pull out the cartridge and slam in a new one, and it would damage the connectors.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And then you'd end up with like the GoldenEye damaged connector problem, where they all continuously breakdance. And there's so many videos about that.
Get that yeah.
Fucking.
I actually knew someone who hated like the song from the Get Down video, which is interesting. But yeah. Yeah, I didn't know that was absolutely not an intended feature for the
Yeah, it's something
RAM thing.
Rare developers found whilst developing Banjo-Kazooie. Thought, hey, we could put this in the game. Then we're told, you know what, this does pass quality control as long as you don't try and actually transfer anything.
Yeah.
Like, the functionality is there on one end and not on the other.
If they had made like one of those the Sonic 3 and Knuckles cartridges, it could have worked.
Yeah,
Well, I
but
don't
lock-on
think-
wasn't really a thing that caught on.
Yeah.
It's so expensive and tricky to do that only Sega really bothered with it, and only once.
Yes,
Yeah.
Sega does constantly do that. Did
Yeah.
constantly do that, at least when they
Yeah,
were
it was a real
hardware.
trend with them, and like it didn't directly cause the financial issues they had later on, but it did contribute to it.
Yeah, I know. Like I know one big thing is that they had like so many different consoles out, or like things that like upgrade the consoles. You know, they had a lot of things going on at once in
Yeah,
terms
they
of
had-
consoles.
They thought that the future of console gaming was, okay, people are going to stay in one generation of consoles from now on. They're going to, like, you're not going to buy, like, a 64-bit console or anything. The Master System, the Mega Drive, whatever was the one that they were on at the time, I cannot recall. They were like, people are going to be on this for like a decade minimum. They're going to like just want extra peripherals to play specific games, and that's it. and they were so wrong that it
Yeah.
almost killed them as a company, and may eventually have done so. Because that, way down the line, led to the situation of the Dreamcast, and like that is technically a superb console
Yeah.
for the time. Like it is very much ahead of its time. It's like it's one of the earliest consoles that really went in on, yeah, you can do online play.
Yeah.
Like there's all sorts of features that like other companies didn't bother going for years. And because that it was, well, there were a lot of problems with that because the technology wasn't quite there yet. It was very expensive to do that. You had a proprietary like format for making games on it because you had to encode them into, I think it was halfway between a CD and a DVD, and so it made it impossible to pirate for a while. Although that wasn't really much of an issue because, well, by the time people could copy it, they could just put it on.
God, people
Yeah.
blame piracy for its death, but like piracy
It's
had
not
nothing to
piracy
do
that
with
was a problem. Just killed Travis. No, Sega had many deep-rooted problems before then. There's some fascinating documentary videos on YouTube going into it. But piracy was never the source of that problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, for one, its install base was not great, which is install
Yeah.
base is the number of people who've actually bought it. Oh right, I forgot about the bird.
I forgot the bird made
Travis
the
about
plane
to get
sound.
his acceptance letter to Hogwarts.
What do we got here?
Oh no.
Just kill everyone there.
Don't come
They
along.
are
That,
turfs.
that,
Be a crystal.
yeah.
Trouble at home? She could have
Fuck
died.
those guys.
What the hell is this all about?
Yeah.
The rank 2 man.
The Shrieking Shack are onto Cursed Child, and it is wilder than I expected.
God, I gotta catch
It has
back
the
up on that.
What You Say song in a scene where they're like practicing gun spell.
What?
If you've not
Gun-
caught up with the Shrieking Shack, please do.
Gotta
It's,
catch up on it.
yeah.
Because I've been
Goodness.
like listening to it.
Yeah. It's
And then
just
they-
Cursed Child, like, is weird because apparently at points it verges on being a good story. It's just also completely insane. And this weird thing of, oh, obviously Voldemort had a kid, and he had it because Draco went back in time with his wife, and it's like, what? It's clearly like not an actual thing that could have happened in any sense. Like, it's just weird that it comes up so often.
Goodness.
Yeah. Not that the actual like reveal of what's going on there is any more good. Yeah. Yeah, just everything I hear about the play is absolutely wild. It's like, how did this become like one of the like plays that was really like that people really pushed as being one of the best plays of all time or whatever? And it turns out, oh, the people that can afford to go and see 2 plays on consecutive nights in London actually have no taste.
Yeah. Which is, you know what, I think one of my favorite things about the I guess an interesting thing about the modern era and seeing like the taste of the rich, where it's like, oh, they really have no taste. Like they're really the most boring motherfucker. Like, you know, you see that with, you know, just great. What was I trying to say?
You see,
Oh, you know, like
NFTs.
Yeah, NFTs. You know, the people who are like, the only true art is marble statues that are perfectly white of like beefy white guys.
Yeah.
This is art, and it's just all sort of looks the same. And if you do it like that, and it's like, ah, yeah, they have no taste in anything. And yeah, one of the best plays of all times. Oh God,
This
Here
fight on
oh,
there.
comes that girl.
girl,
Hello, girl.
girl.
Welcome. There she is. She is here.
Yeah. But
Well,
wait,
that
what?
girl was a boss fight, despite her being
Yeah,
incredibly difficult.
yeah. I know it's meant to be difficult, but it just I still wish she wasn't as like tanky or like as much as a like damage sponge. Or I guess it's a combination
Yeah,
of she has a
is
lot of health.
absolutely a damage sponge,
Well,
and that combined with dealing out that much damage, yeah.
yeah, I think. Well, I mean, it makes sense for her to deal a lot of damage. Like, I can support that in a boss fight, but it just sucks that she has so much health and is invulnerable so much of the time. Because if
Oh yeah, she spends half the
that just
time just in
sucks.
iframes.
So it's like that's less of an interesting boss fight and more just, well, I guess I'm gonna be doing this for for the next hour.
Yeah, it becomes more of an endurance match than an actual test of skill.
Yeah,
It's the kind of fight where halfway through it you can just pause, go have dinner, take a break, get a breath of fresh air, come back, and you'll still only be halfway through the fight, so you have to do the rest. You got to
Yeah,
rest
you
stop in the
pause the
middle.
game.
Well, yes, obviously. That's why
By
I'm
the
saying
way,
you do that like halfway through, take a break. And if you do that, we won't judge you.
remember when people wanted the lockdown to end because of that play?
what?
Yeah, that was a thing.
Wait,
The
Oh wait,
Prince
I
Child
thought that play came out earlier.
didn't the play
It
come out in like
did.
2016?
It did, but like they.
How long have we been in lockdown? God.
Oh, was there another showing of it?
Yeah, they wanted more showings.
Of course they did.
See, the thing is, if it's such a groundbreaking thing, like just record it, make an actual movie out of it. Don't
Oh, but
you
that's
know?
illegal. You can't do that.
Yeah. The thing is, there's so many like plays and operas and stuff that I can't see because like I'm never gonna see Hamilton. I'm not exactly wanting to, but if I did, I can't because it's you have to be in the US, you have to go to these specific theaters to see it, and it's like okay, how much
Yeah.
does that cost? And you're like, well, and it's basically like exclusively for rich people.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's wild. They're wild, but I mean, it makes sense for the rich to have art that only they can consume,
Yeah.
and then say it's the best thing ever.
Yeah.
God. Still, I still remember learning that, like, great, I forgot his name. Lin-Manuel?
Lin-Manuel
No.
Miranda.
Yeah, Miranda, yeah. That, like, oh, his father, has a big like, a lot of political
Oh yeah,
clout.
the political coup that he was
Like-
involved in.
Yeah, and, trying to take power away from, Puerto Ricans and put it into, like, elected officials, in the pockets of, U.S. politicians and businessmen. And it's like, oh, they're actively using his art to, for, to help that purpose. And like, wow, this blows. I hate this.
Yeah.
'Cause at first I was
Oh,
just
I
like,
hate the
oh,
president.
yeah. At first I was just like, oh, Hamilton seems alright. I mean, seems weird, but like hip hop with like
Yeah, it's like
with like
yeah,
founding
some songs
fathers.
are catchy, even if it's a bit weird, and it's like, oh, It's
Yeah,
actively being used as like propaganda.
yeah, you know, the founding fathers were actually really hip and cool.
Yeah,
Actually, you love I love the founding fathers, don't you?
No.
Love the United
Yeah.
States of America.
just the ugh, just the Miku. What is it?
Funny
The
thing.
making binder.
Yeah, that was it.
God,
Funny
which
thing.
Oh
yeah.
no,
I
this is
recently
going to be horrifying, isn't it?
I recently watched a video about how like the American right tries to like use the founding fathers as, you know, would as a defense for their ideas.
And you will be second in rank.
And like
And you go to hell.
and like it's pointed out that the founding fathers had very different ideas
When you are ready.
for religion than the religious right of now.
Trust
Religious
me,
like
Oh, of course they do.
right-wingers.
head for the
Yeah.
garden of madness.
Around
Because
that
the
time.
religious right now are kind of an insane death cult.
Yeah. They very actively want the end of the world
Yep.
because they
want
think the right kind of people
specifically
don't have it.
temples to be built in Israel to trigger the end of the world, and it's like, what? Like, how do you even debate someone who is believing something that insane? And the fact is, you don't, because
You
there's no
slash
way
us
to
Yeah.
sway them from.
you slash
I
us
mean-
with a beam saber.
Yeah,
God. But I was gonna say, I know there's some people who are like escape that, but it's still like a wild thing that yeah, no, that's a pretty big thing. Yeah, it, it sucks. That like there's plenty of people like that.
There's no way I'm not gonna use charged attacks this time.
Oh yeah.
just love the meat pit.
Yep.
This is insane.
Phew! What a day. I need a drink. So fucking thirsty. Hold on a
She
sec.
is standing over the hole.
Yeah.
Yeah. She can
Good for her
replicate.
for her Looney Tune skills. And her
Damn,
refrigerator
that's
filled with beer.
I feel alive again. Want a drink?
God damn, I want a soda.
Hop.
Same.
Why am I such a
Yeah.
I'm out of
Just
sodas.
Dad's girl is James Mason, and she opens the fridge and it's just sodas.
all going to pay.
If Pepsi's.
With their fucking
Yeah.
You
lies.
joke,
This is-
but
You're a bad girl.
that's kind of happens a lot.
You have no right to look at me like that. It's just a job. The daily grind.
We just need to get you the
You're just
help you get
dirty kid.
Lolita dress.
No,
If you don't have
They're the same.
No?
Don't go on
no?
thinking you're
What
better
what do
than
you want
them.
instead?
You think you're hot shit. Who the fuck do you think you are?
Baja Blast made outfit.
Come on.
Nice. Wait. Main outfit? Alright.
I'm sorry, what?
I didn't catch the first
Baja Blast made outfit.
I don't even that's great.
I'm pretty sure something like that exists.
Yeah? Like why not?
But yeah, I am joking when I say that.
Alright.
Yeah, I
Blast made
cannot
outfit.
find a Baja Blast made outfit to
Yeah.
figure out how this would even look.
God. No, I love the internet and the fact that maids have gone from meaning, you know, like a servant woman, you know, who cleans around a manor or a house of some sort. And you know, of course, there's still people who do jobs as maids, you know, but like on the internet, it's just maid means some sort of woman in like a cute outfit of black and white that probably like kills people, maybe,
Probably kills people.
or does, or has, or probably could kill people if need be. And it's like, yes, enjoy, enjoy this nonsense. Love it.
Surfing time, there you reason, there you rhyme.
You know what? Using the charge attacks is such a great move for this fight. Like, look at her health.
Yeah, it's actually going down. Yeah, this is why you need the infinite charge thing.
Yeah, basically, so that you can keep using charge attacks during this boss fight. Like, this, like, she still hits, like, you know, pretty hard, and I'm guessing she still has her, like insta kill, but
Oh, absolutely.
like, we have iframes while doing the charge. Ah! We have iframes while doing the invincible attack. And yeah, I think her hand's on the bat.
Yeah, it looked like it.
God, we almost died there.
I almost died.
Lick her up. Oh right, it has an absurd range.
Yeah. Abusing iframes, yay!
Ah!
Oh!
Oh fuck.
Fuck.
Well, it showed it off.
Yeah, thanks for the demo of the insta kill.
Ah! Rude!
Now
God.
here's what would happen if Travis Touchdown was killed by a barrage of baseballs.
I love that Simpsons bit.
God.
Oh, my back.
I love this part.
Okay, only got hit by one of those, but at least she got hit.
Yeah.
Ow.
Oof.
Run away!
Nice dodge. Watch out. Home run? Okay, I thought Bad Girl was doing another home run attack.
Oh, I actually. Well. Oh god, the charging. Oh boy.
Oh, yep,
The
now we have to
charging
be
sound.
careful. Oh no, it's stuck, isn't it?
Yep.
Fuck.
I broke the fight. Dodge. Super dodge.
Nice.
This is probably the only place you could get the dial-in for massacre achievements.
Yeah.
Fuck.
What? God.
Okay. God.
Naughty girls need spanking.
God. Fucking keeps going.
Bad girl.
Sure, he's charging.
I won't lose. I will never lose.
I give up. You win.
Yes, I've won.
Oh no. I hope that stops. Please end at the end of the level.
Chiller 7. Sean. God. It's gotta keep
Yep.
going.
Oh no.
Mary?
Hmm? I'm still here. I'm just drawing something.
God. This is the best, worst thing ever.
What is
Yeah.
happening?
Are you not hearing it?
Oh, I cranked the volume all the way down like a couple of fights ago. Oh, I see. It's still going. You might want to save and quit to restart this. Oh,
Save? Okay. Uh.
Hi.
Hello.
Sorry to inform you that your video membership
Charge.
will be revoked until you return one of our videos. It's titled French Maid Cafe Spills Coffee. Please return it soon.
Speaking of maids,
Good morning, Mr. Touchdown.
it got closer.
Journey.
Oh god, please save and quit. And then enter in.
Train in fights. Warrior mail.
train and fight.
Train in buff.
God.
Okay, we gotta leave the building in order to quit the game.
Okay.
Oh, it stopped, finally. Okay, I think we're fine.
Oh, that's good.
Travis Yiff down.
Okay.
Travis, welcome.
Okay. Now we have to go back.
Can you find your uppercut?
Target time.
Yo, there's something you should know, so I'm gonna tell you so. Don't sweat it, forget it, enjoy the show. Oh wait, wrong party time.
I said target time.
I thought you said party time.
Party
Okay.
time. It's party time.
Party time. Everybody's feeling fine because it's party time. Working all day. It's time to unwind, sit back, relax, kick it. Ah, forget it.
Take a
I'll
load
get back
off
to
your
enjoying
body.
this. So we busting the moves and I'm busting the rhymes. Busting out laughing because it's party time. Party time.
I wonder if that studio ever made anything else.
I mean, probably, but I've never checked.
It's gotta be wild. You know the studio who made the other Titanic, animated Titanic movie?
They're one of the octopus.
Yes, they're North Korean. Not
I mean-
joking.
That kind of explains things, but also doesn't.
Oh, I'm back. It appears that D&D is going to be starting soon, though, but... Oh, what were y'all talking about with Titanic?
Animated Titanic. But yeah,
Which one?
The North Korean one.
What?
Yeah.
Which one's that? I don't think I've heard it. I know there's the Italian one. Or like the...
It's the one with the octopus with the dog face.
Oh yeah, that's the Italian one.
No, that's the North Korean one.
Where the animator's North Korean, but like... A director or something Italian?
Yeah, the animators were.
Ah, okay. But yeah, no, that one. I actually have that one saved on my PC. We should definitely watch it either here, maybe not for a stream, but we should definitely watch it on the server, or maybe BB Gun Show server even sometime, because like I was looking through some old video files I have to clear up some space. I'm like, oh wait, I have this?
The other stuff they made is even more wild than that one.
Oh.
Yeah, that one's relatively tame by comparison.
Huh.
I mean, we've all seen Freddy as FR07. We know how deep the rabbit hole goes. Anyway, I've been drawing something for James. Give me a minute and I'll put it in fan art.
Stream art, you mean?
Yeah, nice. Not. I need to work faster and some more. I'm still working on a goofy thing for, but I've been working incredibly slowly. But rip.
And tear.
But yeah, for something of Travis's Spike Soda, the idea makes me laugh.
I feel like you just need to get actual show art of Spike and edit the glasses on.
Travis,
No,
Like
you're
that
right.
feels like what he'd do.
You're right. It's exactly what he would do.
may you find your Cooper card?
Pooper transform. The actors for VR Troopers, which was a Power Rangers ripoff show
Troopers free virtual reality troopers.
that also
We
that
are
like combines
VR troopers.
that combined like several Sentais into one.
Oh, it combined like 7 or 8, and their conceit was, oh yeah, you go into the virtual world to fight monsters, and it's not always the same world because it's VR, so it's just different stock footage.
The castle's a creature of chaos.
Nice.
But yeah, so they did their like the actors on it did their own comedy dub.
Oh, nice.
And they changed Trooper Transform to Pooper Transform.
Got
Ah.
him.
And the bad guy's place was called Sphincter Studio.
Amazing.
There we are. There's bad girl James Mason.
Yo.
Yeah, it's more or less me copying the like pose that she's in stock art, but you know.
I really like it.
Oh, I
Especially
forgot.
love the face.
Forgot to look at the cards.
Yeah, because the face wouldn't translate well, I had to like improvise the expression, and so she looks absolutely psychotic.
I mean, that works well for Bad Girl.
Yeah.
I should note that I am not psychotic. Actually,
Oh.
psychotic.
I'm
I
sorry.
know, I'm-
That is. What word would I use instead?
Killer. Killerish.
Homicidal?
Homicidal might be.
works.
Yeah. Sorry. It's one of those things that you. Like, it's a word that's in so much media, I forget. Oh, yeah, that's actually a horrible thing to say. Sorry.
And
Ah.
there's like actual people who are actually psychotic.
Yeah, they are actually. Like.
And they're not.
The
nowhere
use of
near
that
as-
term is actually genuinely like detrimental to them, because most people who do have that condition, you know, aren't anything like they're portrayed in media.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, wait.
Yeah.
Isn't
So I
that...
gave you like this like evil grin, you know?
Yeah. It's very good. Great. I was gonna say... Oh yeah, didn't that term usually just I'm like trying to think of like the actual term for like anti-social personality disorder, right?
Yeah,
Is that the one that's usually
I
one with
honestly
that?
have no idea. A
Well,
lot
I
of
know.
personality disorders, like the terminology has changed, and I'm always like going, "Oh, should I be using these words?" It's a
Yeah.
cute dress, though.
Yeah. Love that
Especially-
girl's design.
Yeah, just love that
Love
first
her.
expression there. Yeah. You go, girl. Kill everyone, I guess.
Attack. Kill.
ranked second by the UAA, 23 years old, a cosplay who also loves beer.
Uh huh.
Cosplay fan too. Loves beer.
Yeah.
I'm surprised it doesn't say her job is just killing, like
Her
killing the
dog's
dudes on.
murdering.
Her job is literally
mean,
just murdering the dudes
She's
on
the
her
second
table.
ranked assassin. She just kills everyone that comes and meets her.
Yep. But yeah. Great. Yeah. No.
I'm okay.
Trying to think of something else.
Office.
Yeah. Office.
Office.
Road 51.
Yeah.
Because of Suda 51.
Of course.
Yeah. Hmm.
Okay, I was about to say don't get door stuck again.
Door stuck. Door stuck.
Door stuck!
Yeah. It's wild how that's still like a thing people know about years on.
Yeah.
People know Leroy Jenkins.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, back in the day where memes actually lasted a while.
Yeah.
And
Know what
got-
that said though?
It
Oh,
actually
yeah?
got referenced by people and wasn't awful that it got referenced.
Yeah. I mean, people were. It was less. Well, then again, it's not like it appearing in a show somewhat, at least hopefully somewhat naturally is a lot better than like the a corporate account, pretending that they have depression or something, making
I
a
mean-
meme. They're referencing a meme.
Just statistically speaking, the interns making these posts probably do have depression.
I
But
mean,
that's,
the thing
no
is,
reason not to bully the brands.
I mean, like people talk about like intern stuff, but like a lot of these,
Yeah.
corporations
it's
spend a lot of
probably-
money and time on with teams of people
Yeah.
to have.
Yeah, they have
A
like
perfect
marketing executives who are behind all this, and it's like, yeah, great.
Yeah.
We're going back to the first job. Isn't it
Oh.
special?
We return to the first one. It plays a slow, sad version of the game's theme,
God.
and Travis is like
God.
carrying coconuts for microwave hallway.
God.
That was the real thing. And I love how it's completely not needed in the narrative because like you
Oh,
get
yeah.
through there and it's
Yeah,
the
it's a
the little robot
completely
buddy
pointless
could just-
sacrifice.
could just interface with the thing, right? Like it's just like, oh, he didn't need to go through the microwave hallway. They didn't need to cook Grandpa.
Yeah, but
God,
they did.
awkward zombie comic about that.
Like, yeah.
That's what I'm remembering. It's just
It would take so little change to have like a reason for him to do it, but by making it pointless, it's like, does this like mean the same thing we thought it meant? One coconut.
wow.
Ugh.
One coconut.
It's easy.
No, it's
Yeah,
wild to
got
think.
some-
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I was just randomly thinking about how there's things in nature that have terraform the Earth a bit, like kind of how coconuts has spread around the world just by floating around and landing places and just taking root.
And being carried by swallows.
Yep, being carried by swallows.
An African
Like
swallow
a pair
or
of them with a
English
rope
swallow?
between it.
Probably
I
African.
don't
but
know.
also- Also, being carried by Travis Touchdown, I almost called him Travis McElroy.
Yep. Travis
God.
McElroy is one of the bosses in the sequel.
Yep,
God.
I have no idea actually.
Yeah.
Talking about the third game. God, I would hate that.
You have to fight his brother, and him.
And God, I just remember.
That is kind of the backstory of the villain of the second game. You fought his brother,
Yep.
brother, and his dad.
Yep, and they hosted an advice podcast. The thing is, right, I don't like outright hate the McElroys at all, like some people seem to. 'Cause, well, I don't. Aside from one of them being involved in the whole like the Harry Potter seminar about like, oh yeah, how it applies to everyday life. It's like, wow, that is weird as hell for you to support.
Are you sure that's that was one of them and not one of the Green brothers?
It was one of the McElroy brothers, or I would not care.
Oh, supporting. Oh, yeah. Wow.
This was like ages ago. You'll hit it in
Huh.
the Shrieking Shack episode eventually.
Like, I remember them talking about the Womb of Requirement, which was written by one of the Green brothers.
Yeah. But obviously, I'm not like
Which, by the way,
talking about anything to do with them because I don't care.
Yeah.
by the
I
way,
would not have remembered anything about them.
is both not what you think it is, and also worse than what you think it is.
I didn't hear what you said. The what? What's both worse and not as bad as I think it is?
The Womb of Requirement thing.
The womb of requirement?
Yep.
The Womb of Requirement for W?
Yep.
Okay, I'm not going to
Okay, I thought you were
ask,
saying
go on.
room, but okay, I'm not. I don't want to
Yeah.
know. I'm like,
I was
It's-
just
that's
talking
under-
about.
It's very understandable that you don't want to know, because
Yeah, no one wants to know. Don't tell us. Anyway,
Yeah.
what I was talking about was there was like some streaming thing where you had to pay to get into it. It's like talking about how Harry Potter is like a modern religion, like how you can read like the divine sacred texts, and it's like got one of the McElroy brothers involved in it. It's like, dude, what?
oh wow, I love it when
It's
when minor internet celebrities try to enter a scam, which I
Yeah.
hope it's a scam.
Yeah, it was a scam, yeah.
Yeah.
It was mentioned on Shrieking Shack, which is the only reason I know about it. Because why else would I hear this? Yeah. And like the McElroys, as I know it, are just funny guys who sometimes make missteps, and like I'm not as obsessed with them as some people are, either liking or hating them. So
This is the Assassins Association, right? Look, I gotta talk to you about.
She's done it again, hasn't she?
Hey, are you listening?
Excuse me for asking, but are you by chance an assassin?
Whoa, don't tell the whole world.
Then you have been had, sir. You are not her first.
What? Run that by me again.
Listen to me. Do not get involved whatever you do.
Listen, lady, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Who are you anyway?
Another sorry kid. And for the record, I am Sylvia's mother.
Mother?
Yes, you heard me. And there's no such thing as an association, or whatever you think exists.
You're joking, right? Do you know how many people I've killed?
She is a professional con artist.
You mean a fraud? Are you telling me this was all just bullshit?
She set everything up. Would you mind telling me how far this all went?
I'm now second in rank.
So, just one more to go. Alrighty. Why not play along since you've come this far?
Are you serious? What's the point? This is all some make-believe charade.
But a good man finishes what he started. Fight to the end. Your most formidable opponent awaits in the castle. Now, off to the Garden of Madness.
yeah.
Yeah, this makes me think either like maybe Sylvie doing a voice or like her mom's absolutely part of this. Because like,
Okay,
why continue it? Like, why suggest anyone continue this?
You've already murdered 9 people. You might as well kill another one. You know?
I learned something incredibly wild, putting it in general.
Oh,
And putting it in the chat.
yep. Okay, I'll click on that. Sure, why not?
Squeak.
There.
Squeak. Love when cats make little squeaks.
Yep. Last time we get to pet the cat.
Oh my god. Scrat's no longer owned by Disney. Congrats to that
So?
little squirrel thing,
We
whatever.
own
the fuck.
everything else. Who cares?
Yeah, I know, it's just funny. Or I think it's kind of funny to poke at or whatever.
Like, if they bring back Ice Age, they're gonna have, oh hey, here's Rick and Morty. Yeah.
Why do you want me to suffer?
Like she did.
Yeah. Here's that TIE fighter pilot.
Yep.
Push that lady. God, that reminds me of when I was in school and like I was running from one class to another class. This kid absolutely thought it was a good idea to like stop in front of me and go, "What up?" And so I shoved him out of the way. He slammed into the lockers. I heard him
Oh, no.
scream.
Oh
I mean,
no.
if you're gonna stand in front of someone who's clearly in a hurry to get somewhere, you know.
Goodness.
I don't think anyone got me for that.
Yeah.
Huh. God, high school isn't
Yeah, I don't tell a lot of high school stories because they are either depressing or you go, dude, are you okay? At the end of them, and then I have to assure people that, yeah, I'm fine. This was 20 years ago.
I'm fine
Anyway.
now.
Yeah, I'm fine now. Well, okay, I'm not actually fine. I probably need therapy for unrelated stuff.
Yeah.
And related stuff.
And related stuff.
Life stuff. No, I guess a quick story from high school actually is that I was in a fencing club for a bit, but like the first year was going pretty good, and pretty fun time. But then the second year, right? Like I didn't really get to rank up that much that first year, but then second year, they're like people introduced like, oh hey, like a lot of their like friends or whatever to join, and we had a lot more people than like we ever had, but we didn't have enough swords for everyone. So the instructor, for some reason, decided to like order a bunch of like not even practice swords. They're like foam swords, and it's like no one wanted to use them.
Oh, yeah.
Rank up.
Right? Yeah, I mean, there's different ranks. They're like you could be officer in the club or whatever,
Yeah.
and
I mean-
and you had to perform certain, up to a certain standard in fencing.
So you
And
didn't get
etc.
to number 1.
I did not get to number
No.
one, no.
Kitty
I
Cat
got the
Herder's
safety
never
officer.
been. Yeah.
but yeah, no, it was a mess because like no one wanted to use the dumb swords, and we weren't allowed to use what swords we did have, and just alternate between people. But like a lot of people didn't care because they were just there to talk with their friends, which I'm like, all right, cool, but like I actually want a fence, and like I'm hoping that we get those swords soon.
Yeah.
We did not, but like and they actually promoted me to be officer, like the like at the end of that year because they're like, oh, because I actually like cared about the class and tried to instruct people as
Yeah.
best I could with what I had of the fucking dinky ass swords. I just remember like, man, I was hoping Fencing Club would have been really tight, but like
yeah, and
that
then
happened.
it wasn't.
It was a whole thing. But when I did actually get to use like swords, it was tight, and it's a shame I never was able to get to use the rapiers because, or the sabers. That's the one. Like they have a big handguard on them, right? And
Yep,
it's
that's
actually
the
like
saber.
and the best part about them is that you can actually punch people with the handguard, and if you punch them in the face, you get a point.
Yep.
And it's like I never got to use that. I kept using the foil, the dinkiest of them, but it's still like fun to use it. But at the same time, like I really wish I'd gotten to use the saber and just fucking clock people in the face with a handguard.
So you're saying you wish you got to punch people in high school?
Yes,
I mean, I
with
did
a
get to
sword.
punch people in high school, but also I got like given like detentions and stuff, despite it being all in self-defense. So
Yeah.
Detention was
And
somehow better than the normal class.
yep.
I forgot about this beam attack,
Yep.
but
Future
yeah,
for beam immediately takes effect. I did kind of go to like kung fu and kickboxing class for years, but that wasn't really a school thing. Let's see, as far as weapons went, like only really got to the stage where you needed to learn knife defenses and using like a staff, like a wooden staff. The optional stuff that I barely did was learning to use nunchucks, which was always awkward. And the next rank above the one that I stopped at would have been learning how to use a sword, or a sword and fan.
oh,
Yeah,
nice.
and it's like, okay,
So-
sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, ignoring the ghost giving you directions so you can get more
Yeah.
hits.
Love that guy.
Yeah, I haven't really done any kickboxing since moving to England. Because I didn't want to like start going to any sports clubs or anything
Yeah,
for
that's fair.
obvious reasons at the time.
Yeah.
You messing with me?
Yeah, I wish I'd gone to do more fencing. Maybe once my life is more stable, it'd be nice to try to see if there are any clubs for it or something. Like I
Yeah,
can just
if you
join
can
and be like,
find,
hey,
one you can actually go to.
Well, you can
Yeah.
join the struggle club down at the Sandlot.
I don't know what that's a
I have no idea what you're saying.
Kingdom Hearts.
Oh yeah, the struggle. Those I love those dorks. And their fucking foam sword. Well bat. Combat. Love it.
Yeah.
You can entirely get one that's like a saber, and it raises your defense.
Nice. Very nice.
Yeah. Come to
Go ahead.
think of it, I knew a surprising amount of people online, even back in high school, who go, oh, well, I own a real sword. And in retrospect, I do not doubt them at all because they're all giant nerds. Don't think they
Yeah.
could use swords.
Nerds love swords.
Yeah, I just never really felt I wanted one.
Yeah, that's more than
Like,
fair.
it'd just be an ornament to hang on a wall somewhere. And I've only just gotten around to convincing myself I can have posters.
Which no, I should hang up posters. I think I have one from XCOM Enemy Within Oh None, whatever. Because I was able to get that at a closed sale from a store, but the code for the game, because of course the game doesn't have, the CD with, of course the game needs a Steam code to activate. Anyway, before I go on about that, but the Steam code was used up already, and I tried contacting Take-Two about it, and the customer support was basically like, shrug. And I'm like, this sucks. I eventually
Yeah.
got it on Steam for like on sale, but I still need to beat it because I just kind of stopped playing, got distracted, and I'm already playing it. Well, right now I'm playing a XCOM like game, but XCOM Enemy Unknown or Within, whatever, still a fun game. That's one thing. It's still very easy to just mess up your run
Yeah.
from something early on that you did like
Yeah,
10
with
hours ago.
XCOM, like, when I mess up, it's because of something I've done 10 hours ago, and I'm like, I don't want to replay to this point, and I just lose interest for a while.
God, I know
Yeah.
that feeling.
Travis, can you hear me?
Like, it's not I can play around this if I, play well. It's, oh no, I actually cannot continue past this point now.
Yeah.
Uh, and the thing is, there are other games with, like, fairly long campaigns that I can, like, continue, like, if I'm playing Civilization and I realize, oh no, I've messed something up 1,000 years ago and it's finally coming back to bite me, like, that's part of the game. I can still win off the back of that.
Yeah.
God. That's like one of those fantasy plots.
Yeah.
1,000 years ago, the gods fucked up.
Yeah, except it's me, because I've been playing as the same, like, Civilization. Yeah.
Yeah.
God, that
I mean-
also reminds me of Bright. How people apparently cared about this thing that happened 2,000 years ago.
I mean, people care, well, some people in the US care about the Confederacy, which lasted, like, 4 years a couple hundred years ago.
Yeah.
Like it.
And
But
they're talking about it as
2,000?
yeah.
2,000 years ago?
I mean, look at those people. Are they, if they were around 2,000 years from now, they'd still base their entire identity on, like, the racist slaving empire that tried to form.
I mean, there are people who base their stuff around Rome.
Yep.
Yeah. Which
People
also
base their
another
whole
group of history
self-existence-
people
Yeah.
that I don't
Oh,
like.
yeah, you absolutely treat
like
them
that-
as suspicious.
Oh yeah, because it's like, there's a lot of interesting things about the Roman Empire. Like they really loved like this one fish sauce. My God, did they love it? And they basically had the forerunner to like basically had like drive-through restaurants, sort of like they had roads that like only carts can go through. Like there's grooves in the road for like the wheels to maneuver through and drive through, and you drive past like basically a food stand. And like, oh hey, here's your food, and it's like, it has an interesting history. But if you have someone who's like really obsessed with like Rome, and like again, all they care about is like warfare and emperors and shit, then it's like, I do not trust you. You have to earn my trust.
Exactly.
What if they're
Like, not-
interested in Rome, but specifically the Roman soldiers that have statues of them naked and being pals?
Like, if they're like that and it turns out they're just really gay, you're like, okay, sure.
God,
And Heroes
I'm-
Dark Star, the final boss of the game,
I
nothing, like, happens after this point other than just a fight against him. No twists.
I'm reminded of this one statue. This one statue is being shared around of two Greek guys in a very compromising position, and say,
Bros
and-
being bros.
Thank you, Steve Bloom. Anyway,
All right.
And
Enough
it's
with the
like
jokes.
they were friends.
You don't remember me, Travis. I am your true father. Blood does not make
They're just what's better than this, guys be like uh guys being dudes.
Yeah. Wow, these guys are really vigorous with their wrestling.
God, now I'm just remembering like art, like there's art of Sappho of Lesbos,
Good story.
just
Yeah.
like
I'll give you
being
that.
incredibly gay and like having
hell?
like orgies with like mermaids
Even if you
and
were my
stuff,
father, it doesn't
and
matter.
like
Don't
eventually
think
people
about
are like,
how you
oh,
used
she
to
wasn't
undress.
gay actually, and it's like, bro,
Shut the
like this
fuck
is like
up.
Renaissance art.
Do you not remember this?
Also, Travis touchdown, you, you,
There's someone.
you
Call
fool.
I remember. It was a hot summer day. There was someone standing behind my father and mother. That person killed my parents. The face, I can't make it out.
Because it's all cut up.
Remember, who are you? Try harder.
I
Oh
think I
wow,
can
that's a lot
see
of
it.
blood.
Almost.
Anyway.
Do you recognize the face?
She's a messy
Now
eater.
I remember. Everything.
God, the horrifying to put it that way.
Well done, son. She was the girl you loved.
Oh, right in the groin.
You're still as gullible as ever, Travis. Think, why would he be your father?
I guess you're right. I don't have a father. At least not anymore. You killed him, didn't you?
Yes. And that's why you became an assassin. To kill me.
Now I get it. All those fights. It was for this. I lost everything
Stinking
I
beer.
cared about. That bitch took everything.
I can help you to get even.
She's a good con artist, that's for sure. She set up some killer fights.
So you and I finally meet. You should thank Sylvia.
Jean, there's just one thing I want to ask you. Who are you?
Me? You don't need to know. All of your trivial questions will be answered in the afterlife.
Answer me!
It's impossible.
Impossible! What do you mean?
It's too terrible. It alone would jack up the age rating of this game even further.
So what? Who cares?
What if the game gets delayed? You don't want this to become No More Heroes Forever, do you?
All right. I'll fast forward this so you can tell me.
Okay.
I love that that joke
make it
only
short.
got funnier. Because Duke Nukem Forever just kept getting delayed.
And then when it came out, it was like, God, it was like incredibly awful.
That's my story.
Imagine that. You and I. Brother and sister.
Now you see what I've been through?
Maybe it had to be done. But vengeance begets vengeance.
You're right. Go ahead. Draw, brother.
All of your sorrows end today, Jean.
Love that. I mean, okay, dramatically it makes sense, but I just love that she just punches it, and it does this, and it didn't break or whatever.
No, that didn't work.
What? Maybe she's just has more invulnerability periods.
That it gets through invulnerability.
It does. It doesn't.
Yes,
100%.
it
No, it doesn't. Like, there's. Like, I know it can help because it can get in there while they're attacking and not, like, invulnerable, I think. I don't like. God. But then again, maybe she's just buffed to be invincible during that, just so that to make the
You're
final boss fight
asking
that
if
harder.
she's buff. No, you're not. You're asking if she has been buffed. But she does kind of like just go at you bare-handed.
Yeah, like she doesn't even have like the laser knuckles or whatever the other like that some enemies will use.
Sup, Dragon? Dragon Dragoon.
God.
Okay, why did it miss that first time?
I think she's just invulnerable? Maybe?
Like,
I don't know.
it's not. It can't be.
Go ahead. I'm the last one.
Oh, I was about to make a joke about RPG characters, but I realized it kind of doesn't work in No More Heroes.
So what would the joke have been?
Like, well, the joke is well, it's based on an observation I made about girl RPG characters, specifically when there's 3 girl party members. But No More Heroes has more than 3 girl fights.
I mean, yeah. There's Shinobu, there's Holly Summers, there's Bad Girl, Speedbuster, and Jean. In the
Yep.
sequel, there's a fair amount of them too.
Good luck remembering them.
I mean, there's Margaret Moonlight, that's one. There's at
Yeah.
least 2 others that I cannot remember the name of.
Yeah. Alice?
Anyway, oh yeah, Alice. Anyway,
Go ahead. I'm the last one.
okay, she is not taking damage after she does the ground pound. Anyway, the joke is based on an observation I made about RPG characters when there's 3 women. 2 of them will be mage or magic focused or the equivalent of that setting. Wizards. And the 3rd one will be physical focused. If there's
Yeah, like, you're right, but also there's really not much to that.
it's
Like,
just
any example I can think of, yeah, but sure.
like one example I can think of right now is Dragon Quest XI has Veronica and Serena as the 2 magic focused girls, and Jade as the physical focused girl. She can use claws.
Neat.
Okay.
Travis dies and immediately gets up to fight again.
Let's see, what else? Jeez, hold on a sec. Oh, jeez. Thank you for being patient, Gene.
So, which one of us is the physical fighter?
I guess Kitty, because she's actually like a fencer.
Wait, I think. Well, I think it would more be
I mean-
like Mary because she actually did kickboxing.
A lot of kickboxing,
Well, see.
actually.
Yeah, so I think that would be Mary.
Okay, to be fair, it doesn't happen all the time, but it happens enough to be
I
noticeable.
mean, if you want to give me magic powers, go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, what kind of magic would you want? Some sort of black mage,
Surprise me.
flute
I'll find a way to use it. Honestly, like, I remember doing a couple of like U quizzes or whatever, like the personality quizzes, and it kept giving me cleric as my D&D class. And when I said, "Huh, that's a weird thing," in one of the chats that I'm in, I got told, "No, that fits." I have no idea why.
Oh. I mean, yeah.
Like, atheist cleric, I guess.
Yeah, it's funny to think about it, but like, sure, why not?
You don't play
I mean-
favorites.
It's more of a like. Apparently, people have decided that I would be good at healing. I have no idea why.
I mean, in our Dragon Quest streams,
Like, I do have other friends, and I can say, "Oh yeah, these people would have these classes," and yeah, it doesn't really help that in tabletop role-playing games I did play, I would always just get whatever class we need to finish the composition. Like, if we didn't have a cleric, I'd be a cleric. If we didn't have
Yeah.
like a physical fighter, I'd be that. It's because I didn't have that strong an opinion about anything about myself for a long time.
Sword Boy goes up against MMA fighter.
Yeah. Just the kind of person who hangs swords on their walls. Like an actual, like, top ranked martial arts assassin.
Oh. Hey, Dark, what type of mage, or, well, obviously Dark Wizard.
Black
It's
mage.
right there.
Red Mage.
Oh, red mage then.
Ow!
Yeah, Red Mage are cool, and they also have the really cool get-ups. Like,
Red
they have
mage, James
class.
Mason. So that's red mage James Mason. I'm trying to bend Kitty Cat Herder into a class name and I can't. Time for her to rip out your heart and show you it.
God.
Do it!
Right.
Temple of Doom was
Yeah.
so fucking racist.
Oh yeah, it was incredibly racist.
What?
Temple of Doom, Indiana
Oh
Jones.
yeah.
Yeah.
Time for you to rest, Jean.
Good night, Travis.
I hope your next dream is a more pleasant one.
Other RPGs with girl characters who. Okay.
mean-
Good
Final
stuff.
Fantasy VII.
This is where it all ends.
Yeah. Tifa is physical based and.
Yeah,
Well, no,
Yeah.
actually.
exactly.
Yeah.
Actually,
To be fair, that's kind of like a...
Outlier.
Because the way there's no actual classes in the game, you've got one who's sort of a ninja,
and
which is some
she's
kind of
also
this
physical based.
fighter. Yeah,
Yeah, Eris is the one who's kind of, sort of magical based.
checks off another one in the column for pronounced it with an S.
Oh,
Or
yeah.
Aerith.
Yeah, it's supposed to be Aerith.
Or a Weef with W.
Shush you. Anyway, what else? Final things. Breath of Fire. Yeah, Breath of Fire 2 has Nina as a black mage, Cat as the physical fighter, and Snake Lady as another black mage.
Yeah.
Because she's optional.
And the thing is, I don't think this is as prevalent a thing as you say it is. It happens in a few games, but not enough that I'd say, oh yeah, that's how it's always done.
The thing is, I'm looking at the cards.
Final Fantasy IX, I think that has 3 girls as
Yeah.
the
Freya is the physical.
summoner. No, wait. I'm actually trying to remember who's in the party now.
Freya's the physical fighter. Dark Side design. Dark Star design.
Dark Side.
Dark Star expression. And the two... Garnet is a magic girl who also summons. And Eriko
Amethyst
is...
and Pearl. And Steven!
Bead Katana
God,
uses
sorry.
wires and needles attached to the grip. Creates a beam in the shape of a dragon. Huh.
Horse Saber. Which is also the name of my Fate Stay Night OC.
You have a Fate Stay Night OC?
I do not have a Fate Stay Night or OC who's Saber as a horse, no.
That'd be
Okay.
hilarious. Imagine a horse with a big dress.
Just Saber with like the BoJack Horseman style head. Yeah.
Because Saberface is actually a thing in the series.
Yeah, I know.
Age and other
Oh, yeah.
details unknown.
He's just some guy.
Yep.
Some weirdo.
Deadly Crying Master, 25 years old. Travis's ex-girlfriend. And he's gonna
Yeah.
spend the rest of his life forgetting about that, because,
Yeah.
now how do
That
I...
got weird.
How do I get back into the endings? I forgot.
Hmm.
Trapped
Get
in.
back to
Let's see.
the Henry fight.
Maybe
you go and
do
save?
this?
And get interrupted.
There we go.
View real ending.
It's finally over.
Travis just gets completely naked to use the toilet.
He has like a texture. He has like underwear as a texture of his skin.
It's time to die, Mr. First Rank. You gotta be shitting me.
Oh no, Jupiter.
Will you hurry up with that? I'll be outside.
That was close. Thanks.
Ugh, what an idiot. You're a disgrace to yourself and all those you've killed.
We're all finally cowgirls.
Maybe you are.
Cowgirls? I mean,
I'm making the joke
If you're
based
into
on
that.
the song. Also, yeah, cowgirl.
I
Cowgirl.
already
OT.
named the other voice chat. We are finally cat girls. But
We are finally
you have to
cowgirl.
kin assign us as cows.
I'm dual kin assigning cat cowgirl.
Cats and cat.
Double
Split down the
cat.
middle like one of those cats. It's, you know.
Oh, the two different fur pattern. Yeah.
So anyway,
Time to kick Henry's ass. Henry Cooldown, who's even more anime, but less of a nerd than Travis.
well, he was in on the scam.
Oh yeah, he's definitely a scammer and everything, but he's not like he's not a person who would self-identify as an otaku.
Yeah, Travis would hang swords on the wall and not use them. Henry would hang his used collection of swords on the wall.
I mean, it makes good police evidence.
Do you even know what you're fighting for? Do you even know what you're fighting for?
The cats come to watch this arena, this bloodshed.
Do you even know what you're
Gene the Cat has an appreciation for anime battles after living with Travis. And I like to imagine that when Travis leaves, Gene the Cat somehow looks up like top 10 anime battles of all time on YouTube.
Yeah.
She could find a way.
Yep. Obviously, Jean has her own login to Travis's computer. Does Travis have a computer? He feels like he should, but I don't think he does.
Yeah, I'm going to say that he has a laptop. He just
Yeah.
puts it away when he's not using it.
Sure, let's go with that.
Because, like, he absolutely would have a laptop. Or like, he would absolutely... like, he won his, like, sword and ride from eBay. From
Yeah,
online
so he
auction, so he
must.
should. Yeah.
So, anyway, Jean has her own login. So, he'd have, like, Netflix account with a login for Jean. Like, originally it was for his ex, then, like, he got a cat named after her. And it's, you know, became the cat's account.
Nice.
Jean's a pirate. She does
Sure.
not use Netflix.
Cat girl pirate.
Yeah.
Your horribility.
God, charge attacks really help. Because, God, I remember when you were first going through this, it took so much longer to get his health down that low.
So yeah.
Yeah.
So next time, are we planning on going straight into No More Heroes 2, or is that not a thing we can do?
I sort of said it on the Discord, but I want to do
Oh, right.
Psychonauts after.
Oh yeah,
No More
Psychonauts.
Heroes.
Yeah, that'll be fine.
Yeah, Psychonauts is pretty great.
I've got it on Steam and I've never played it.
That's
Okay.
Like
right.
so many games.
Okay, basically it's Banjo-Kazooie and
I
sort
know.
of a LucasArts adventure thing.
Yeah, it's Banjo-Kazooie, but it's all in other people's heads.
Yeah. It's great.
Like,
Love performing therapy by entering someone's head and clearing up their mental cobwebs.
You don't really
Yeah, it's
do
like-
that as much in this one.
I mean, you do that quite a bit in Psychonauts the first.
than 2.
Huh.
It's literally the entire game of 2.
Huh.
God, 2 was so good. It got so robbed at the Game Awards. I mean, I know the Game Awards are shit, but God, that was a bad call.
What did win Game of the Year or whatever? I
I
forgot.
think it was like It Takes Two or something.
It Takes Two has some really great game design, but my goodness, the writing isn't that great. Also, they should have gone. They should totally get a divorce. I mean, the game could have been a really good story where, like, they break up the relationship, but they're still very amicable. They're still able to be. Yes, they're still able to like talk to each other and regain some of their friendship or something. That could have easily worked with like what they had to pivot to. But anyway, but yeah, the game's writing ain't the best. Like the gameplay, it has some amazing gameplay. Like like the studio that works on it, their whole thing is co-op game. So like, yeah, that tracks. But oof. Especially since there's a magic talking book, and I hate every scene that comes up in except for one maybe, where it says something that actually sounds like relationship advice. And like, wow, this shitty book can actually say something resembling it, like actual advice about communication or something. But like, yeah, no, it's nuts.
Thanks. Just linked something about an NFT that is, you can own a color on the blockchain and you get money every time anyone uses that color. And they're being obliterated in the ratio. Like, it's hundreds of people are saying, if you do this, we will kill you.
God,
Well,
that
not
reminds me-
literally that, but basically stuff on the level of that.
That reminds me of when NASA made like
Yeah.
a color. It was
Yeah.
black, and like they copyrighted the color.
That wasn't
Uh-huh.
NASA. That was as something Cooper. Something I forget the name of the
Spanish
two
Cooper.
artists. Yeah.
Copyrighted
You're talking about
Vantablack.
Vantablack.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
muted
Yeah, yeah.
all words involved in that sentence because I got sick of hearing about it on Tumblr.
Yeah.
I only
Some
Absolutely.
people would put it on every post for like a couple of months and I went, you know what, I don't care.
Yeah. I mean, the paint itself, the paint was like really interesting with like how deeply, how much it absorbed light, where it's just things would look like almost flat. Like really neat, but
Oh,
yeah,
one
no,
hit
the
point
whole
left.
hell yeah. God, but
The
yeah,
sculptor and installation artist Anish Kapoor bought exclusive artistic
Yeah.
rights to the world's Black is Black in 2016, resulting in widespread controversy and a long-standing feud with Stuart Semple. And
fuck.
I'm going to be honest,
Yeah.
I've never heard of these people
I
other than the
have, because I have a
controversy.
Tumblr account and people would not shut up about this for months. I, again, added both of their names, the word Vantablack, every word that I saw used to describe it to my block list, and that means I just see occasionally like, this post has been blocked, it contains the words and its name of one of these two artists.
Yeah, another artist made a color that was
Yeah,
almost
but I mean, have you ever heard of them other than the stupid
Oh
controversy?
yeah, one of them made like the bean.
the bean.
Oh, the bean.
Like, is
Bean.
it Is it the Chicago Bean or something?
Yes.
Some city.
It's not. It's the cloud. I think.
Yeah,
It's the actual name, but everyone called it a bean.
Yeah, 'cause it's a giant bean that they like. It's metallic. It reflects everything around it, and it looks dumb as hell.
It's a metal slime.
It's not a metal slime. It's a bean.
Metal bean.
Metal bean solid. No.
Cloud Gate.
I can't bear to look at your
Oh, and there's a Sir as well.
Wait, who's third?
The artist who made the bean.
Oh.
Knighthood,
Of course.
apparently. It's like, yeah.
Well, give that to any
Like,
these days.
I have zero respect for anyone who actually takes a knighthood, despite it meant to be like the
Didn't
highest
Elton
honor.
John get a knighthood?
Yeah.
I
It's like,
mean-
yeah, great. Love to be like made a knight by this horribly like corrupt and like obsolete institution.
And so was Sean Connery.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Terry Pratchett.
Like there are people who go, oh well, it's a big honor for them. It's like, no. I respect people less for becoming like for being given a knighthood.
Yeah. That's more
Like if
than
I was
fair.
ever offered one for anything, I'd just go, no, screw you.
Yeah.
Like even if it was like, you know, is a Dane's the equivalent? I don't know. It's just I would not want that. 'Cause I have zero respect for it. Then again, I'm not exactly the most patriotic person.
Who is these days?
Yeah.
So yeah, 'cause
You,
I can't do stuff.
unfortunately, quite a few.
I had a feeling this fight would go over time.
Yeah.
Bitter Mode is here to remind you could be doing something better with your time.
I mean, overall, it seems to be pretty fine. Like, are you not having fun?
Eh,
I mean, especially with these later fights, though, because
yeah.
God, you were so close, and then, yeah.
You know what I recommend, of course.
What?
Overthrowing the monarchy.
Cheating.
Oh, sorry,
Cheating?
this is a conversation. Yeah, if you just want
Cheating.
it, who cares?
Yeah.
I basically am.
I mean, I don't think it's cheating if it's a tool given to you by the game, and it's not overly
the grenade
breaking it or
launcher
anything.
was intended for use.
Oh, no. I'm not talking about tools offered by the game.
Yeah, you're talking about just making yourself invulnerable and just T-posing around. T-pose touchdown. Like, Andy, just weigh in on anything we are saying, because we are talking complete nonsense again. Generally, my policy is like, if it's not enjoyable to play a game normally, just cheat, who cares?
As long as it's not like competitive or you're screwing
Well,
somebody.
yeah, if you're screwing over someone else, then you know, it's like more ethical stuff. But if you're like playing a single player game And you're like, this isn't enjoyable anymore. I just want to see the ending. Yeah. But yeah, Tumblr's blacklisting features, like, some people like blacklist their various triggers and like things that are genuinely like upsetting for them to see, and to me, I just blacklist like Baby Yoda because I don't want to see him.
I mean, yeah, that's a
Just
good
got
way to
sick
use
of
it.
seeing him after like a day.
Yeah.
It's like people going, "Oh well, he's a cute design." It's like I don't care. And I just ended up extending that to muting everything to do with Star Wars because I stopped caring about it that much.
It's also weird
Yeah.
that he started wanting me to kill Martin Scorsese.
What?
I'm sorry, who killed Martin Scorsese?
Baby Yoda wanted us to kill Martin Scorsese.
I'm not sure what's going on there, but okay.
That was his
What?
catchphrase. Kill Martin Scorsese.
Okay. Okay.
See,
I'm
No,
willing
that's-
to accept this at face value because I don't care.
see, the thing is, Martin Scorsese wants to actually like preserve media and art, and Disney doesn't.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah. I know.
Yeah, Disney
Yeah.
absolutely do not. They want complete control over everything that they have even been tangentially involved in.
Or not involved in it. They just bought the company.
Yeah. 'Cause they consider, oh well, I bought the company, so I own all of the creative things that have ever happened on it. It's the model of ownership. It leads to people going, I bought this art book of June, therefore I have the rights to make a cartoon based on it.
Oh, I love that.
That was a weird thing to happen. I can't wait
Yeah.
for them to actually try, but they're not going to. It's just going to be like a Kickstarter scam.
Yeah.
Like,
I'm
you know what it
reminded-
is.
I'm reminded of the Kickstarter non-starters.
I have no idea. Was that like an article or something, or?
That
Talking
was
about
the
scam?
thing Red Supre used to do.
Oh,
Talk
okay.
About really bad Kickstarters that were either scams or just bad ideas.
Ah, okay.
I gotta show you the bubble hat thing.
Bubble hat.
Because it's kind of hilarious how terrible it is.
Like, my brain went into like thinking about a propeller cap, except it just blows bubbles. I doubt it's that. That'd be silly, but I doubt it's the bubble hat is something like that.
It's even less silly than what I'm suggesting.
For football players, right?
Yeah.
Is it just wearing like a fucking big bubble around their head to protect
Yeah,
them
basically.
from concussion?
Okay, that's it. Oh, we
Damn it!
got the achievement. Bittersweet.
Don't make me laugh.
Uh,
If I ask you something, sure. Why the hell do you call me Travis? Travis, like you're my friend or something. Who the fuck do you think you are?
You can't be serious. All this time you didn't realize.
What are you talking about?
I'm your twin brother.
What the hell? It's the craziest shit I've ever heard. Why would you bring up something
Nice.
like that at the very last minute of the game?
Henry got all of the dominant genes and Travis got the recessive genes. Or was it the other way around?
Anyway, she disappeared without a trace. Where the hell is she?
oh god.
You mean my wife?
What? Why?
Yes, you know. Spouse. Soulmate. Henry's wife. Get the idea?
When did you two get married?
Nope, I saw a nice
About 10 years
cursor.
ago. Yeah, that's right. right? Because we were both in
I'm
college at the time.
actually doing something right now.
Oh shit! All news to me. I'm gonna need
Yeah,
shots
catch
to get
James
over this
banning
one.
us all from Discord. Joking.
Oh no.
Ban,
Ah.
ban. None of you are free of sin.
She caused me some trouble, all right.
Honestly,
Clear up a
I
lot
think
of
I've given you both admin for Villager, so you could just ban
Especially
me,
my wife,
whatever.
A really big spender. Yeah, she knew my income wasn't enough, so every now and then she'd just disappear.
She's a bad wife, but a good woman.
What? Are you telling me that you and her...
Oh, come on.
But Travis, my brother, we're similar in many ways.
In the sequel, they meet a third brother, and then they form a podcast.
You being my brother to
God.
I wish that happened.
I'm happy it doesn't happen.
Manticore McElroy.
All of this.
Wait a sec. You want me to tie up all these loose ends? I don't think so.
You're the protagonist. I'm just a cool, handsome foil who happens to be your twin brother. Hate to say it, but it's your job.
I want to bail. But where the hell's the exit?
Oh.
There's no way out, is there? No getting out. Right, bro?
That's right. All we can do is keep running.
Then let's find that exit they call paradise. Let's go!
Yeah.
That good.
And now there
Yep.
are no more heroes.
Okay.
Except for in the sequel.
Yep. Which the sequel overall know it. If No More Heroes like as a concept ended with this game, then yeah, that'd be perfect. It would be very fitting. That said, though, I do in fact love Margaret a lot,
So
and
here's
also
what-
I
Captain
mean,
Blackbear.
that's because you're gay, but on the other hand...
Gay, and I love space and sad cosmonauts. But yeah.
Yeah.
So here's what Mary drew of me.
Oh?
Oh, you shouldn't on stream. Nice. It's so good.
Fucking
Yeah.
bad girl.
Yeah.
Bad cat.
It's Bad
cat.
Girl James Mason.
Honestly, it's really good.
Yeah, it's... Again, I was just copying the pose and going, like... well, you don't have, like, the same facial structure as a human character, so... I have to change the expression. And mostly just did stuff like the bats, having the stripes and stuff, because why not?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not like the BB Gun Show Inscription stream where like, hold on, I've got so much fan art for this banked.
Yeah.
You can just like drop a new one every couple of minutes, and they're not actually drawing anything new in the stream. Nah, I
Sorry.
did draw a couple of them.
Main t-shirts designer. Mastic
Honestly, I'd love to own some of the t-shirts from this game, but I don't think you can get them.
Yeah. Or
Not
not
without, like
anymore.
getting custom ones.
Yeah.
I just feel I should own more t-shirts with weird stuff on them.
Robert Atkin Dow's.
Yeah, I'd love to have more clothes, especially, oh yeah, including t-shirts with like fun graphic tees or whatever. But yeah, like I would totally love to have basically a new wardrobe if I could.
Yeah.
No, I do have some shirts and pants I do like, but yeah.
I bought that retro art Mega Man 9 t-shirt.
Oh, nice.
The one, it was yeah, the one where basically, you know how early cover art for Mega Man was kind of weird in the West.
Oh,
is it
Bad
totally
Box at
didn't
Mega
matter?
Man.
Yeah. Well, there's an official Mega Man 9 artwork done to that art style, and they put it on a shirt.
No. Yeah. One of my friends, like, backed Mighty Number 9, like, the disastrous attempt to make a, like, new Mega Man, and because of that, he's got, like, a t-shirt of it. Like, that's one of the tiers of support, and like he would just wear it to like buddy fight tournaments and stuff. This is a flex. Yeah, I supported this awful thing. What of it?
God. Now what? The design for the enemy the robot masters or whatever they're called, were actually really fun, and some of them have a lot of personality.
Yeah,
and I
some of the
remember
designs are good. It's just the game wasn't. They
Yeah, I remember-
overextended themselves hilariously.
Oh, absolutely. But yeah, like I remember seeing
It's
someone
a
actually go
shirt.
through it.
I'd appreciate
because
this shirt for the. Well,
You like this painting, don't you? Let's go, Jean.
I want to see what the other paintings are.
Yeah, it pans out. The other paintings are like probably Killer 7 or something. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd appreciate the shirt for just. Oh, what's that word?
Aesthetic value?
When you're ironic all the time. Hipster. There we go. I'd appreciate the shirt for hipster value, if nothing else.
Yeah, I mean, it helps that, like, Buddy Fight at one point had a deck which was basically just Mega Man Battle Network. That's what the entire theme of it was. Netman.
I backed the Homestuck Kickstarter, so yeah, I can't make fun.
The only Homestuck, like, Kickstarter thing that I actually wanted was a Scalemate. Because I just love those weird little dragons.
Yeah.
They're cute. Yeah, but in retrospect, I'm kind of glad I didn't support that, because, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, not least of all, because the money all got stolen.
Yeah. Oh, great. Well, I was gonna say, oh yeah. I actually saw someone go through I actually saw an LP of Mighty Number 9 from someone doing Braccow on YouTube doing all the Mega Men with some caveats, but he decided to put, Mighty Number 9 in there because, for the longest time, it was the last last game in spirit, at least, of Mega Man.
Yeah, it
right?
would be like having Yooka-Laylee in a Banjo-Kazooie anthology, because it would make sense to have it, even if, strictly speaking, it isn't part of the series.
Yeah, which, yeah, it's a shame that, they overextended, and the fact that with their fundraising, I think, other than straight up scams, I think one of the worst things for Kickstarter or like other public funding like that is like companies that refuse to just be clear about what's up. Like, if you're like, oh hey, we need to get more funding for like, because we all these different features that we promised and want to put in there, instead of just like, we're just gonna do shit and you're gonna find out about it, I guess. Have fun.
Yeah.
I think the main reason Mighty Number 9 ended up being so bad was because they spent so much on the multiplayer.
Actually, there's whole like video documentaries like talking about why exactly it failed, and mostly the reason it failed is that they were spread too thin. Like, they kept being told, actually, we want to release this on another platform with wildly different architecture, so go back and recode the game. And so they had to code to one of the lowest specifications, which meant the game chugged along at a crawl. The multiplayer suffered because of that, because they wanted, we want all of the multiplayer ones to work together, so that meant they couldn't do anything different between them. And so, they were working on multiple platforms to, you know, a very low minimum like amount of power they could actually have behind the game, and it kind of just spiraled from that to being a game that's very difficult to play in a lot of respects.
Yeah.
Not necessarily like a tough game to complete, but one that is just not fun.
Okay, well, that's the stream, everybody.
There are no more heroes. Go
Heroes.
home. If you wait 9 minutes after the stream, one of us will burst through the door and say, "It's me, Glunko."
What?
I have no idea what that means, but sure.
Oh, it's a Tumblr meme. It's about, yeah, remember the Avengers, all of those Marvel movies. You'd wait 9 minutes, credits, one of your favorites step through a door for 5 seconds and say, "It's me, Blorbo," or whatever.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
Anyway,
good night.
good night.